The late 1960s and early 70s were, in my opinion, the they were the they were the darkest time for the for the UK's railways. The trains were always late. The rolling stock was poorly maintained. Um, the rolling stock was poorly maintained. The whole network was underfunded. Rolling stock and infrastructure was in bad shape. All the steam engines were being scrapped. Rail lines were closing down left, right, and centre, and people were just tending to favour cars and planes as a result. And that was unacceptable and not on. So, BR made the first good decision they made in years and set out on a quest to win back passengers. And how were they going to do that? By commissioning the late great train designer Sir Kenneth Grange to design them a train which could legitimately compete with roads and airlines. The end result was, in my opinion, the greatest diesel train ever created, the Intercity 125, better known as the HST. Two Class 43 locomotives, one pulling, the other pushing, and fitted with iconic, mega powerful and awesome sounding Paxman Valenta engines, and between them, a rake of Mark III coaches, state of the art and ultra comfortable, and a restaurant coach serving delicious, high quality food to the first class passengers. With a top speed of 125 miles an hour in revenue service, hence the name Intercity 125, these trains truly did save Britain's railways. It was always a pleasant experience travelling on these trains, and they truly ushered in a brand new age of the train. I did briefly talk about the HSTs in my stream, in my Streamlined Trains live stream last year, though I don't think I did the HSTs justice, which is why tonight I wanted to do a live stream dedicated to celebrating this amazing train. So, who have we got tonight? Hello to Martin, Pokemama, Tyler, Nick Jr., Cool Gamer, John Murray, Samson, Matthew, Behemoth. Anyone is there? Yes, I am reading the chat now. Pokemama. Now for the next 4 minutes, just enjoy this footage of the HSTs, while Simon May's Holiday Suite plays in the background. Music which in my opinion fits the HSTs well, because this music was used in the HST Great West Driver's Eye View by Video 125. What do you want about Tyler? Hello, Hyena Gamer, nice to see you. Got a lot to talk about tonight. Oh, this one's just a couple of power cars. Absolutely beautiful, these trains. No promises about Martin. Now that's a nice sound. The Intercity Swallow livery looks amazing on the HSTs. Hello, Timeland and A. Smith. Absolutely wonderful. You can thank Sir Kenneth Grange for the design of the HST, John Murray. They're very sleek. As I said, these trains saved the UK's railways. These trains saved the UK's railways. They were sleek, they were awesome to look at, the Mark III coaches were comfortable, the HSTs slashed journey times. They were fast, they were incredible. Hello Bill Brooks, welcome to the stream. No, I have not watched any Star Trek recently, though I should. Hello Joe, nice to see you. I know you often come to the to my Hornby running session streams, though I think this is your first time at my Friday streams, yes. They're icons of the 70s? They've always been icons, Joe. Hello, Time Lads. They've always been icons, Joe. Hello, MLP fan, nice to see you. The HSTs have always been icons, even 50 years later. So we're just going to talk about the whole history of the HSTs, from their inception right up to where they are now. And that's cool, Time Lad. And of course, driving HSTs on Roblox. Now, before we begin... Cool, Hyena Gamer. Before we begin, I'd like to show you all a comedy sketch that shows why British Railways was so terrible at the time, before the HST was introduced, and why the state BR was in at the time, and why the HSTs basically saved the UK's railways. Here we are. Ronnie Barker. So yeah, no. Ronnie Barker, British Rail. So this guy is... Ronnie Barker's comedy sketch on British Rail here basically sums up everything BR was like prior to the HST's introduction. This is the state BR was in at the time, what Ronnie's about to joke about, and yeah, what Ronnie's about to joke about was the state of BR at the time, and this is basically, if BR had got on this way, there's no way it would have survived past 1980 had it not been for the HST. So this is basically what BR was like before the HST was introduced.
Good evening. When they came to me and asked me to say some kind words about British Rail, frankly, I told BR to be off. Then they offered me £1,000. I said, I'm not a man who can be bought. Then they offered me £2,000. Good evening. British Rail is a wonderful institution. But we do have our problems. Now, one of them is passengers. Did you know that every second, 17 men, 13 and a half women, and a brown paper parcel get onto a train? 13 and a half. And that 17 men and 13 women get off, though not necessarily with each other. Which only leaves half a woman and a brown paper parcel. And that's no good to anyone, is it? Be honest. Oh, I don't know. Another problem is the weather. Now, due entirely to unforeseen circumstances, winter has arrived this year. Yes, we've got more frozen points than the topless bar at the North Pole. This map here, problem is the weather. Now, due entirely to unforeseen circumstances, winter has arrived this year. Yes, we've got more frozen points than the topless bar at the North Pole. This map here shows the lines that are affected by engineering works over this weekend. So if you're trying to go anywhere from anywhere, you'll just have to go via somewhere else.
You still there, Joe?
It shows the lines that are affected by engineering works over this weekend. So if you're trying to go anywhere from anywhere, you'll just have to go via somewhere else. And believe it or not, some people have even complained about British Rail food, saying it's not absolutely tip-top value. Well, I mean, look at this. That's a load of rubbish. Look at this. Look at this cup of tea. I mean, have we doubled the price? Certainly we have not. Mind you, we have halved the cup. Now, look at this pie. I've had a letter. I'll read you a letter that I've had concerning this pie. Dear sir, all the way up to Glasgow, all they had in the buffet was a plastic knife and one individual beetroot pie. I couldn't even cut it. Yours, Arthur Fingers. Now, that's ridiculous. Nonsense. Nonsense. Look, I mean, here is the knife, and here is the pie. I mean, look at that.
The joke here is that British rail pies were so stale they could cut knives.
By the way, all complaints now go straight into our new British Rail suggestion box, which is, of course, automatic. There it is. Now, since we've installed our new British Rail suggestion box, which is, of course, automatic. There it is. Now, since we've installed our new streamlined ticket windows, many ungrateful travellers have complained that they don't like queuing an extra half hour just to get a ticket. They even claim that outside Victoria Station, ticket touts can get 10 quid for a single to Brighton. But it's no good complaining to the ticket clerk, of course, because as soon as he gets behind one of these windows... Claiming Dicky Bird, you see. Fares, I hear you ask. Well, British Rail are going to replace the existing fare structure with a very unfair structure. So what about the new cheap tickets? Well, this one is a monster bestseller. It's called the Runabout Rover Away Day Senior Citizens Winter Break Special. You're a one-armed old-age pensioner with a bicycling dog travelling daily between Bodmin and Arbroath. You'll get it for nothing. We'll keep on with our old favourites, of course. The Scots Away Day, you see, we have. Is that one? Or we have, of course, this one here for divorcing couples, the Go Away and Stay Away Day. And, of course, the mother-in-law special day return. The train doesn't stop, and you wave to her out of the window. Right? That's it. And, of course, then we have a couple of naughty ones. We have tired businessmen needing a weekend with their secretary. We have the My Wife Doesn't Understand Me weekend. Of course, all we have for the otherwise inclined is a nippy day return down to Portsmouth called Hello Sailor. Yeah. British Rail intend to maintain their standards. But now for the good news.
They maintain their standards.
Yes, after 100 years of research, we have perfected the robot porter. Now let's have a look at him. There he is, you see? Now let's try asking him a question. I say, my man, when is the next train to Slough? Don't ask me, mate. There we are, you see. Every bit as good as the real thing. Let's test it further. I say, my good man, I wonder if you could carry this small suitcase for me. But it doesn't end there. Here is a good word for commuters, scum. But for those bona fide travellers who hearken after a good old days of steam, we have developed this. Every 20 minutes, the guard will come into your compartment and blow soot and smuts into your eye. Like that. There it is. Now, you do your bit, and we'll do our bit, and we'll try to lose £100 million of your money every year.
So
do stop complaining. Don't pull the communication cord while the... Now, you do your bit, and we'll do our bit, and we'll try to lose £100 million of your money every year. Do stop complaining, don't pull the communication cord while the train is standing in the station, and simply do what you're told whenever you see this sign. There we are.
The British Rail sign. And then he turns it into the nut. And then he does the salute at the end. Jesus. Cassie, are you going to stay this time? Are you going to stay for a while this time? Anyway, so I hope that's given you all an idea on what British Rail was like in the 1970s, in the early 70s. Why do you want to know that? I've never heard of it. I hope that's given you an idea on what British Rail was like in the early 70s. And why the HST basically saved BR. Oh, for fuck's sake. So, now we've talked about what BR was like prior to the HST's introduction. Now let's talk about the HST prototype. So it was an ugly, lumbering thing with huge buffers. Alright. I don't think they've even started it, though. Come on, there's got to be more than 4 people watching. That can't be right. So here's the prototype HST on trial. This was before Sir Kenneth Range came in and gave it what it has today. They have the right idea, it's just the looks. It's just the looks needed refining, and that's where Sir Kenneth Range came in. So the power car has been preserved, which is good. In fact, the whole original HST has been preserved by the 125 group, and it's based on the Great Central Railway in Nottingham. Great. But the refined design by Sir Kenneth Range genuinely looks better. Okay, that one's going to cost me 7 on the back. That is lovely. Oh, and here's a smoky, cold start for Class 41 and the Dean Valley Railway. Look at all that smoke it's belching out. How much smoke it's belching out. That seems to be on fire. and it's left its courses behind. Ah, this is what I wanted to show. The prototype HST by British Path, by Path Films. This is the prototype HST on its trial run from London King's Cross to Darlington.
King's Cross and the new British Rail high-speed train at the start of a special trial run to Darlington and back. It's the prototype of a high-speed express service scheduled for intercity routes in about 2 years' time. A promise of even faster and more comfortable commuting for Britain's business jet set. VIPs on today's run include Mr. Richard Marsh, Chairman of British Rail, Mr. Keith Speed, MP, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State, Department for the Environment, members of Parliament from both sides of the House, trades union officials, and gentlemen of the press.
Good. And you'll feel right at home on this channel. Is John Murray still here?
Although today it's restricted to a speed of 100 miles an hour and only short spurts at 125.
Hello, James. Lovely to see you. Right now we're talking about my boy, chicken and chips off for dinner. So right now, James, we're talking about the prototype HST, the one with the huge buffers and the ugly flat look to it before Sir Kenneth Grange redesigned it and gave it the iconic look we all know today.
Although today it's restricted to a speed of 100 miles an hour and only short spurts at 125, the new train's capable of speeds up to 150 miles an hour. The automatic doors are operated by a treadle under the carpet. The buffet car will serve breakfast, light-cooked meals, cold snacks, and of course drinks. The kitchen cars will even be fitted with microwave ovens for ultra-rapid service. But before final specifications are settled, British Rail will invite you, the passengers, to say what you think of the seating, lighting, air conditioning, and general comfort.
I've been lucky enough to travel with a few HSTs.
Whether railways can be made to pay or not, it looks as though British Rail really are speeding ahead into the future.
Well, I did. The HST was just supposed to be a stopgap train before the APT was introduced. But of course, as we talked about a few streams ago, the APT project failed, and the HST ended up taking its place. So yeah, and it proved to be better than anyone thought it would be. And I reckon the HSTs could have gone on for another 20 or so years. Not been withdrawn immediately. Is John Murray still there? So yeah, what does everyone think? So now let's pardon me. I'll be here until you tell I'm leaving. All right, John Murray. So,
the whistle.
So now let's watch the brief segment on the HST that Pete Waterman did for his Channel 4 series.
In 9
of vehicle rail balancing and long distance heavy haul freight.
And this is what brought Beeching's vision to life. The Intercity 125 or high-speed train. The promise of regular fast intercity trains speeding across the country was no longer a dream. Its cruising speed of 125 miles an hour makes it the world's fastest diesel, and for me, you can keep your Eurostars and your TGVs. It's the best train ever built.
I guess you can, Mario. Though the record top speed of the HST is 148 miles an hour, a record it still holds for diesel traction to this day. Even today, the HST remains the world's fastest
Cruising speed of
diesel
125
train.
miles an hour makes it the world's fastest diesel. And for me, you can keep your Eurostars and your TGVs. It's the best train ever built. In fact, it's every bit as much a classic as the Flying Scotsman.
I agree. Hello, Eric. Nice to see you.
Shame about the doors, though.
Yeah, the HST, the Mark IIIs were originally fitted with slam doors. Oh, you are still there, James. Cool. And but now, of course, all the Mark IIIs still in service have sliding doors on them, which makes them a bit better for accessibility. I reckon the HST could still be in service today, and we'll talk about how the HST could still be in service today later in the stream. DVDs to source are done by DVDs in person. Cool. Hello, Jacob. Lovely to see you. At the moment, we're just watching a brief segment of Trains with Pete Waterman, where he talks about the HST.
In fact, it's
so
every
great.
bit as much a classic as the Flying Scotsman. Shame about the doors, though. In '75, British Railways had a bit of a problem. They'd electrified the West Coast main line, but still, basically 80% of British Railways had no electrification, with no hope of getting the money out of the government. So it introduced its ace, its trump card, the HST. 125 miles an hour for a diesel train, a world record. Engine at one end, engine at the other. Mark III coaches, a whole new design. They were magnificent. They were fantastic. In 2003, they're as good as when they were introduced. They allowed me to commute to London in an hour, which meant I didn't have to buy an expensive house in the capital. I could still live in the Midlands. Fantastic. Well done, BR.
Yes. Introducing the HST
to
was
London
one of
in
the
an
few
hour,
good decisions
which meant I
BR
didn't have to
made.
buy an expensive house in the capital. I could still live in the Midlands. Fantastic. Well done, BR. The HST went into service in 1976 and was an instant success. But at the time, it was only meant to act as a stopgap for something far more radical.
Yes. The APT, though we talked about that a few
So now the crowd
skip this.
to 5%.
The greatest artists of the 80s. UK Music Hall of Fame. Tonight at 9 on 4.
Well, that's a shame, James.
Today, the high-speed train is such a common sight, we hardly even notice it.
The HSTs look so good in that old Midland Mainline livery, in the Midland Mainline Bambi Deer livery, turquoise and orange.
Today, the high-speed train is such a common...
Though, of course, the HSTs, in my opinion, look best in Intercity Swallow livery and the GNER livery.
Today, the high-speed train is such a common sight, we hardly even notice it. But next time you see one, take a closer look. It really is a magnificent machine. Before the introduction in 1976 of the HST, journey times had hardly changed for years. And then overnight, the HST slashed times between the big cities. London to Bristol was cut by 15 minutes to 70 minutes. And London to Edinburgh was reduced by an hour to 4.5. Over the last 10 years, I've been lucky enough to do most routes on the old British Rail network. But I've never, ever travelled out to Sheffield, and I've never, ever travelled in the cab of an HST. So I know they don't put any coal in here, but I'm going to sit with the driver. This is a treat, isn't it? Good old Channel 4. How are you? All right. Good. Do you know, I was so excited I could hardly speak. Well, not straight away, anyway. Tell you what, you don't realise how much of a hill that was till you see how long this is going down, do you?
Yeah, that's right. It's a struggle when you're only on one power car.
Oh, I'll bet.
As the driver just said, it is possible for the HSTs to run with only one power car, but traditionally, as I said at the start of the stream, you'd have one Class 43 locomotive at one end and one at the other. The one at the front would pull and the other would push. But yeah, in order to get the necessary power, both power cars do need to be operational, even though it is possible to run an HST with one power car, albeit with reduced acceleration. I don't know, Jacob. Even if it's to a jerk.
Channel 4.
Do they
Oh,
really,
yeah.
James?
All right. Good. Do you know?
Hang on.
All right. Good.
Oh, hold on.
Good old Channel 4. How are you? All right. Good.
I love the design of the HST throttle notch. Like, I love the design of the throttle lever, like it's just a ball buried within this ridge. Oh, the webcam fell down. But yeah, it's just a ball buried within this ridge, and it just and the driver just pulls it back, just like notches it back so easily. Like he just gently taps it to make it
Good old
move
Channel
back.
4. How are you? All right. Good.
The HSTs must be a complete
Do you know,
joy to
I was so
drive.
excited I could hardly speak. Well, not straight away, anyway.
The HSTs must be a complete joy to
Tell you what,
drive.
you don't realise how much of a hill that was till you see how long this is going down, do you?
Yeah, that's right. It's a struggle when you're only on one power car.
Oh, I'll bet.
Right, this one we just coming up to now. This is the automatic warning system,
Yep.
which will ring a bell in the cameras to signal it's green.
There you go.
You don't need to acknowledge that one, because it's only confirming that it's a green aspect.
Yep.
When you hear the AWS horn, you have to respond to that within 4 or 5 seconds, otherwise it will cut the power off and put the brake on, and stop the train for you.
Now, you might think this is easy,
Hello,
but
Felix.
it's
Nice
not.
to see you.
Power
We're
off and put the
watching
brake on.
Pete
and
Waterman
stop
in the
the
cab
train
of an
for you.
HST at the moment. What is that? Hello, Edwards. Have you been on these streams before, Edwards? I think you might have, but welcome. MML Green is my favourite train operator Curra scheme. I do agree with that, Edwards. Nice to see you guys.
Ring a bell in the cameras to signal it's green.
In the cab of an HST.
You don't need to
16
acknowledge that
people,
one,
that's
because it's only
more like
confirming
it.
that it's a green aspect.
Yeah.
When you hear the AWS horn, you have to respond to that within 4 or 5 seconds, otherwise it will cut the power off and put the brake on.
So what does everyone here actually think of the HST itself? What does everyone here actually think of the HST? Because I haven't answered that question to you, asked that question to you guys yet. What do you all think of the HST itself, based on everything I've said about it so far and what you guys have seen of it so far?
To that within 4 or 5 seconds, otherwise it will cut the power off and put
I
the
haven't
brake
got
on,
anything more to
and
say about
stop the
Tugs
train for
Felix.
you.
Sorry. So I won't be doing another one.
Now, you might think this is easy, but it's not as easy as you actually think. Because these guys have to know every inch of the track.
Yes, they do.
And they have to sign for it that they know it. Because
Sign for
you
it.
need to know when there's a hill to accelerate, when you're going downhill to decelerate, tunnels, signals, crossovers, speed limits. It is hard concentration, listening for the bells and the
Yes, it
whistles
is.
and the horns, cancelling them, remembering to cancel them, watch for the signals. And of course it's worse at night, because at night you can mistake the lights on the railway for traffic lights. So that's why route knowledge that these guys learn is vastly important.
You think it's all right, Timeline? Oh, it's the HST's better than all right. It's amazing. So what about everyone else? What does everyone else think of the HST?
You can mistake the lights on the railway for traffic lights. So that's why route knowledge that these guys learn is vastly important.
Yes. Now pulling
That's
into
another
that looks like
few miles of me
Derby.
route knowledge.
The Nord's lame in vain. Ugh. Your mum is too sensitive, James. Based on everything you've said about her over the years, your mum is clearly very sensitive. But anyway, John Murray and James, what do you two think of the HST?
The lights on the railway for traffic lights. So that's
So
why
now
route
these
knowledge
are trained
these
twice in
guys
your life,
learn
let's
is vastly important.
What do you two think of the HST, though?
That's another few miles of me route knowledge.
Good.
It looks like Derby
Updated.
out
Ready
there.
to sign for it then, please?
No, not
Oh,
quite.
Joe is still there. Nice. The HST is cool. It is indeed. I remember watching this 4-episode series on Channel 4. Bring back memories, indeed. My granddad recorded this series, this Channel 4 Pete Waterman series, onto a DVD for me, and he gave it to me years ago. I've still got it somewhere, the DVD he recorded it on, and it's been years. It means years. I haven't watched it for years, Joe, but I really ought to.
Watch for the signals. And of course it's worse at night,
I think
because
this
at
is the only
night
episode of this
you can
series
mistake
that's on here.
the lights on the railway for traffic lights. So that's why route knowledge that these guys learn is vastly important. That's another few miles of me route knowledge.
Yeah, Felix, so that's not
Updated.
going to change the fact that I'm
No,
not
not
going to do
quite.
another one.
I can say I've done it.
Yes,
That's
they are
enough of
really
that, but
cool.
Probably never do it again in my lifetime.
They were so successful that they lasted well into the 20th century. And as I said earlier, I've been lucky enough to travel on several HSTs throughout my life. I've been on a few on the East Coast Main Line. I remember once when I went up to Newcastle, I went on an HST that was bound for Aberdeen when it was being operated by East Coast, the operator East Coast. I've also been on three First Great Western / GWR HSTs. And the last time I was on an HST was up in Scotland in August 2021, but I haven't been on one since then. But I reckon I ought to again while I still can. So yes, I've been on a few HSTs on the East Coast Main Line, a few on the Great Western Main Line, and one in Scotland. So yes, I have been on a few. I have been lucky enough to have travelled on a few HSTs.
State the lights on the railway for traffic lights. So that's why
Let's
route
come
knowledge
outside.
these guys learn.
I guess come outside technically, in a technical sense, is a documentary
Vastly
series.
important.
It is my mum. Greg Clemire as a
That's
guest
another
star. Nice.
few miles of me route knowledge.
Good. Are you ready
Updated.
to sign for it then, please?
No, not quite.
Not sure,
I
Felix.
can say I've done it. That's enough in my book. Probably never do it again in my lifetime.
Depends on when I can get the money for another
Listen,
VHS.
Pleasure.
Because I'm
Thanks
tight
very
on
much
money
indeed.
again.
Thank you.
Oh, now this next bit is
Listen,
important.
pleasure. Thanks
How
very
the
much indeed.
HST
Thank you.
transformed onboard train catering.
Listen, pleasure. Thanks
Yeah,
very
it's
much
good laugh.
indeed.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you. Now don't laugh, but the HST did one other thing. It transformed onboard catering. You probably won't be surprised to hear that under BR, apart from some of its premier business services, train catering was not up to much.
Those sausages
But then
look
back in
good.
the early 70s, I seem to remember, British eating habits were a bit of a joke anyway. And then along came the HST with a catering car on every train. In 1976, you could have had your choice of pizza, steak and kidney pie, or even a ham salad. Or you could treat yourself and sit in the restaurant car and enjoy luncheon or high tea.
High tea. I love the way he says that. Oh yes, the highest tea of all. Or rather, low tea. High tea and low tea. Yep, he says that in this very
Pizza,
episode.
steak and kidney pie,
James.
or even a ham
You
salad.
still there, Joe?
Or you could treat yourself and sit in the restaurant car and enjoy luncheon or high tea.
High tea.
And while we're on the subject, how could we make a film about BR without mentioning that classic, the Great British Rail Sandwich?
Ah, now the British Rail Sandwich is very infamous. It was infamous for being either very soggy or very dry and stale. Which relates back to the sketch I showed you guys earlier with how onboard food with BR was very stale, including the sandwiches and pies and things. No, they don't.
Film about BR without mentioning that classic, the Great British Rail Sandwich.
The British Rail Sandwich is a joke in general.
I think it would be sad if... I've managed to get Chef Terry Foster, who's been on the railway since 1957, to let us in on a little secret.
I wonder where Terry is now.
Right, Terry, let's have a look at a ham sandwich.
Like we used to do.
Yeah, please. Now, what Terry's about to show you is a trick that fooled us all for years. Very nice.
Watch carefully, guys.
I noticed you put 2 slices on there, Terry. That being a bit generous.
That's only one there.
Oh, that's it. Oh, thank God for that, yeah.
Now, we used to put like half of that in half. It's okay. Make it
look a bit thicker.
Yeah, you used to make it look nice then.
Right. And as if by magic, half a slice of ham looks like a whole slice.
And we just send them out.
It works. It actually looks like it's 2 pieces of ham.
Yeah.
So.
And we just send them out.
It works. It actually looks.
I guess you know when I use the term bitch, George Clemens said he'd hate my family. Yes, he would. So yeah, the trick with the British Rail Sandwich is that it looked like there were 2 slices of ham in it, when really there was only 1.5. Now, do you guys think that this is cheating customers? Do you guys think that making it look like there's 2 pieces of ham in there, when really there's only 1.5, do you guys think that this counts as cheating customers? Steamed hams. Oh, nice, MLP fan. So, does anyone here think that this counts as cheating customers? Making it look like there's 2 slices of ham in there, when really there's only 1.5.
It's like 2 pieces of ham. Yeah. Very clever. The poor old British Rail Sandwich took a load of flack, but they must have been doing something right.
Sandwich context.
In what British looks like
yes.
2 pieces.
So, yes, average teleporter. I don't think we've ever seen you before. Welcome. Please subscribe if you haven't already. So, sounds like cheating customers. Well, it sounds like you are, James. But that wasn't the fault of the HST, though. That was BR's doing. Press for Bill and Ben? No. Sandwich context? Yes. So it looks like there's 2 slices of ham in this sandwich, when really there's only 1.5. James thinks that's cheating customers. If only Odd were here. With him having formerly worked at his mum's cafeteria, and making sandwiches himself to sell in the cafeteria, I would have liked to have known from him if this counted as cheating customers, if he thinks it, being the catering expert he is. Genius but evil? Yes, it is. I couldn't agree more, average teleporter. Nope. We could upset my mum by offending her. I'm sure that would be fun, James. I have been on. Oh, I can tell you've been on for a few HSTs, Edward. Genius but evil, it is. Yeah, I'd like to know if Odd thinks this counts as cheating customers. He'd know best whether or not if this was cheating customers, as he used to work in his mum's cafeteria.
Right. And as if by magic, half a slice of ham looks like a whole slice.
And we just send them out.
It works. It actually looks like it's 2 pieces of ham. Yeah. Very clever. The poor old British Rail Sandwich took a load of flack, but they must have been doing something right. In 1 year alone, over 8 million packs of sandwiches were sold. I dread to think how many of those I ate.
Bacon sandwich and a cup of tea/coffee. Perfect on-board train meal. Nothing more magic than a sandwich, yeah. Every single offensive word in the English language. Yeah, bacon sandwich and a cup of coffee. Also add some crisps and a Diet Coke, and that would be my ideal on-board train
Over 8
meal.
million packs of sandwiches were sold.
8
I
million
don't think how many of those I
BR
ate.
sandwiches.
That's the best thing about riding on trains. You can eat. It's civil. It's not like being on a plane where it's plastic food. It's real food on here. Fantastic. 30 years have done nothing for my health.
That's I quoted what Pete Waterman just said now in a post of mine. Next week is a birthday. Well, happy birthday for next week, MLP fan. Yeah, happy birthday for next week. Yeah, I did say that earlier. I've been on some streams. HST is your favourite train? Well, you had to come to this stream, naturally. And you're in the 125 group? Oh, awesome. So have you helped to restore some of the HST components then, Edward?
It's plastic food. It's real food on here. Fantastic.
It is real
30 years
food
have done nothing for my health.
I can confirm that it is real food on trains, and the food on board planes is plastic
Well, it's
food.
plastic food. It's real food on here.
Why is that,
Fantastic.
MLP
30 years have done nothing for my health.
Now, this next segment is the segment on the APT, which I showed last time. But yeah, as I said, the HST was originally intended to be a stopgap between the APT until the APT could be introduced, but then of course the APT project failed and the HST prevailed across
railways
the BR network.
oh so nearly trained. But the APT project wasn't all for nothing. The HST owes a large part of its success to the groundbreaking work of the APT designers.
The HST did take quite a lot from the basic research that had made the APT possible. The fundamental work involved the development of new suspension systems and an understanding of how the wheel and the rail...
What's this you've sent, Stan? Welcome to the stream.
It is. I know you're a good liar, too.
Surprise, motherfucker!
So it's nice to see you, Stan. Stan, what do you actually think of the HST, Stan? What do you think of the HST, Stan?
Interacted one with another.
The HST
Until the early 1960s, nobody really believed that you could run a train in everyday service at much over 100 miles per hour. It was thought that the train would be too unstable, certainly too uncomfortable for passengers to ride in over any distance at all. But work that was done by the research team who were responsible for APT demonstrated that with the right kind of suspension system, you could run at much, much higher speeds without damaging the track and without making passengers feel uncomfortable. And that kind of work fed directly into the HST project.
Without the HST, the railways would have lost out totally to cars, coaches and even airlines.
Yes.
But in the long run, the HST couldn't save British Rail itself.
Okay, then he doesn't. What about the HST? Yes. So yeah, the HST absolutely slashed journey times across this country. Yeah, the HST absolutely slashed journey times across this country. It was the first time a train had been able to travel at 125 miles an hour in regular service in this country. The Book of Everything song. Right. So, in a moment, we're gonna... Oh, I meant... Stan, are you still there, Stan? Because, I wanna... Are you still there, Stan? Because I wanna ask you something. In regards to the British Rail sandwich. Are you still there, Stan? But yeah, in a moment, I'm going to throw my cider cans away and go to the loo, because now, in a moment, we're going to watch an hour-long documentary called Age of the Train about the HST, which I remember watching twice on TV when I was a kid. Book of Everything song. You still there, James? Is James still there? Oh, dear. Right, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. I'm just going to go throw my cider cans away, go to the loo and get some water. I'll be back, everyone. You all know the drill. If anybody comes while I'm gone, just tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be back. And I'm back. What has been happening in the chat? Intercity 225 while he's not looking. This is the age of the train. I did. Take my credit card. Grandma's credit card. Don't stop being a bitch. Okay. So it looks like Stan's disappeared again. Hang on. Hold on, guys. How could I what? Right, so, now let's watch this Age of the Train documentary. This is the age of the train. Where is it? This is the age of the train. Now then, where's that documentary? This is the age of the train.
I'm sorry, I really gotta stop singing that. Well, I can't help it. It's just, you know. Hang on. It was the age of the train. Yeah, in the 80s it was. There we are. Here we are. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show you guys. Hopefully it won't get copyright claimed by the BBC. It's the age of delays. I don't think privatisation has been a complete failure. I think the new Great British Railways, I fear it'll be a return to the bad old days of BR.
This is the story of how we rediscovered our love affair with high-speed rail travel, and how an unpopular nationalised industry created the ever-popular 125 train. In the 1970s, British Rail was the butt of jokes for the nation's comedians.
British Rail intend to maintain their standards. But now for the good news.
Now for the good news.
The man that is responsible for the tragedy of this railway.
During a period of industrial gloom and political upheaval, how did the unexpected triumph of the Intercity 125 help save British Rail and give us the age of the train?
A bit of fresh air in front is easy because of the train.
Mr. Peter Parker.
In 1976, Peter Parker became the new boss of British Rail. He was a high-profile businessman, but he was facing his toughest job yet, trying to turn around an industry that was near rock bottom.
Pray silence for Mr. Peter Parker, a member of the Royal Victorian Order and chairman of British Railways Board, a distinguished guest of honour.
5 years for us is short time. 5 years is longer than most governments dare to think.
It's not fashionable to be the kind of man who is a captain of industry, a socialist, a man about the theatre who had been an actor, an authority on Blake, a man who spoke Japanese. I mean, he was a really extraordinary man.
I wouldn't mind having a look inside, actually.
A man who spoke Japanese. I mean, he was a really extraordinary man.
I wouldn't mind having a look inside, actually.
Building it all up.
British Rail had suffered 30 years of decline, and Parker was assessing the business from top to bottom.
I often think that industrial democracy's got a lot to do with the standards in the lavatory as well as appearances in the boardroom. Worth every penny.
From Birmingham to Bristol, Liverpool or Leeds, buy a ticket, take a train and travel where you please. To Manchester or Glasgow, Canterbury...
Parker was in charge of a rail system struggling to promote itself to customers in a new age of travel. The message wasn't always getting through.
So take a seat on the midday train and be in time for the start of the game.
Good morning.
Good evening. When they came to me and asked me to say some kind words about British Rail, frankly, I told BR to be off. Then they offered me £1,000. I said, I'm not a man who can be bought. Then they offered me £2,000. Good evening.
Everyone loved our cars, me too. And the train at last seemed to be fading. Beeching just axed everything. And it was really the pit for the poor old train.
Parker had more than the railways to worry about. The new chairman was in charge of 55 ships, 29 hotels, and more than 200 restaurants and cafes.
Derek, the bags are here.
He was at the head of 250,000 employees. For years, British Rail had complained about inadequate government investment, but to its critics, it was overstaffed, out of date, and a waste of public money.
Now, you do your bit, and we'll do our bit, and we'll try to lose £100 million of your money every year.
For Parker, there wasn't much to smile about. He had to modernise at a time of cutbacks. Too many trains were late, and too many looked old-fashioned.
It's a bit of an early stage, really, to say what I can see ahead. My feeling of it is that I've got a view of the Himalayas. I've just got to that point where the peaks stand out very clearly. I haven't scaled any yet, but I can see, I think, more and more what the problems are.
There was just too much short-termism. His message all along, and his understanding was that railways were very long-term. When you invest something in a railway, when you build a new train like the high-speed train, you're looking at something that's got a life of 35, 40 years, maybe longer, with a refurbishment. But politicians were never looking further than 5 years ahead.
Peter Parker knew he had to change the way we thought about the railways. He'd have to take on the doubters, and that included the unions.
I'm pleased.
Parker had to reduce the complaints, get more customers, make more money, and keep his workers happy. It wasn't going to be easy.
British Rail in the late 70s, early 80s was really set up not much different from Victorian lines. So it's very, very difficult for the railways, in an almost impossible position. It was a perfect storm of things going against them.
The man that is responsible for the tragedy of this railway.
If he comes and starts charming...
Spider-Man can save British Rail. That's a good one, average teleporter. Well, Peter Parker, the BR chairman, certainly tried to do that, even though he was criticised a lot.
The man that is responsible for the tragedy of this railway.
If he comes and starts charming, or endeavouring to charm us out of the trees, then I'm afraid that would be the wrong way to do industrial relations on British Railways Board.
It wasn't particularly well run, I think, at that point, from the consumer's point of view. Engineering-wise, I mean, it was a very safe railway, but the consumer did tend to kind of get left out of it a bit.
We had the most appalling unions at the time, and they just objected to everything.
We're down-to-earth people. We see things as they are, and we want to give a service to the public of this country, and I don't think we want to be charmed into doing it. Do stop complaining. Don't pull the...
Sometimes the criticism went beyond a joke.
Simply do what you're told whenever you see this sign. There we are.
BR logo. That's the BR logo. Oh, God, that's hilarious.
I think British Rail will always be a but. It's like mother-in-laws. It doesn't matter if it does well or does badly. It's either the trains are too full and you can't get a seat and therefore it's rubbish, or they're too, stone empty and why can't they run a proper business?
Never once have I understood a railway announcer, for instance.
The train now standing in platform 4 in the 440 bound forward no
I think people have a dual attitude to railways. It's always bloody railways, bloody British Rail. Commuters, for instance, don't really want to go to work on the train each day. It's a distressed purchase. If you provide a perfect journey for a commuter, he doesn't notice it. He takes it for granted. And if you have a slight delay, that gets it. So railways are always struggling with their image.
But amid the doom and gloom, Peter Parker had worked out a new strategy. He was going to revive Britain's love affair with high-speed trains and find new ways to reach beyond the Britain. Peter Parker had worked out a new strategy. He was going to revive Britain's love affair with high-speed trains and find new ways to reach beyond the Channel into Europe. Parker knew there'd always been a special kind of glamour about high-speed trains. The express trains of the 1930s set speed records and created new standards for luxury travel.
The steam trains were romance, just wonderful, very, very fast as anything that moves today in this country, and they were beautiful things to look at.
Long before Peter Parker arrived at British Rail, it was obvious Britain needed a new high-speed train. In 1968, Barbara Castle, the Transport Minister, visited British Rail's engineering works in Derby to give the scheme her...
Oh! That must have been one of the proposed designs for the HST.
a diesel that looked like the Japanese Shinkansen. That really would have been
The
interesting.
Transport Minister visited British Rail's engineering works in Derby to give the scheme her public backing.
Railwaymen were all trying to go faster. What they did was you bought a fast locomotive and train, and then you tweaked the infrastructure. You eased the curves. You moved track across so they didn't have to slow for curves and so on. You eased junctions. And you went faster, but eventually you got to the point where you was going as fast as you could with the trains you got, and then you moved up another step.
An ambitious new project was launched, the Advanced Passenger Train, a tilting train which could travel on old-fashioned curving rail tracks at 150 miles an hour.
Spider-Man.
Now, into this came British Rail Research, which was a new organisation set up, and it took on a lot of engineers from outside the industry. Not all from the aircraft industry, that's a myth, but a lot of engineers, and they came in and looked at existing railway engineering and thought, old-fashioned, boring.
Making their way across Europe, 3 pretty girls decorate our scene. A whole new world of travel.
According to British Rail's publicity films, the 1970s were going to be a sophisticated cosmopolitan era on the railways across Europe. A new generation of high-speed trains was being built. At last, some of the lost glamour of the 30s might come back.
Today, the scene in a high-speed train is changed out of recognition. Staring out of the corridor window is no longer the high spot of a journey. For whatever your mood, all the right things are around to rest or exhilarate you.
In other countries, money was being poured into electrification and fast new expresses, but in Britain, budgets were tighter.
What was really irritating about being on the board of British Rail is that the people would constantly tell you how wonderful the bullet train was, with no telling you about how much it cost, how much it was subsidised, how the government was so behind it, how it had taken years and years and years to develop, and how they constantly improved it.
The government's lack of investment in BR is just criminal and unforgivable, in my opinion.
Telling you about how much it cost, how much it was subsidised, how the government was so behind it, how it had taken years and years and years to develop, and how they constantly improved it.
While British Rail was pursuing its own prestige project, the APT tilting train, behind the scenes a cheaper, less romantic idea was brewing. A high-speed diesel train which could travel at 125 miles an hour. The high-speed train team was headed by Terry Miller, a lifelong railway engineer.
Terry Miller went
Terry
to the
Miller and
British Rail.
25 miles an hour. The high-speed train team was headed by Terry Miller, a lifelong railway engineer.
Terry Miller went to the British Railways Board and said, would you like a 125 mile an hour train and you deliver your prototype in 22 months?
The race was on between two teams, both working within British Rail. There was fierce rivalry between the APT tilting train project, based at BR Research, and Miller's engineering team.
The conventional engineers, who were extremely upset, not to say furious, about all this, what we now call dissing from the Advanced Passenger Train people at BR Research, said, well, we can go fast as well. So, yeah, the rivalry was huge, and they came back from one meeting, and the engineering director said, you know, they say 8 and 250, we'll show them. It was creative tension.
So yeah, the HST and APT projects were both intertwined.
The tilting train could run at 150 miles an hour, but it was still being tested.
Crash test there.
Suddenly, its rival, the more conventional high-speed train, was going to be more than a stopgap.
Italian job. Yeah, that's what I said. More than
Hey, lady, forget all that. Meet the swinging, mixing, mincing, slicing, shredding Kenwood chef.
Sir Keith.
In the early 1970s, one of Britain's leading designers was called in. Kenneth Grange was at the cutting edge of industrial design. He supplied the look for products which were in the early 1970s, one of Britain's In the early 1970s, one of Britain's leading designers was called in. Kenneth Grange was at the cutting edge of industrial design. He supplied the look for products which became household names. By now, the conventional high-speed train was almost ready, 5 years ahead of its rival, the tilting train. But it needed some finishing touches. At first, Grange was asked to sort out the paintwork on the cab, but he gave the train a whole new look.
It was just a paint job, but decently paid and very agreeable, and it was a nice enough job to get. But the train wasn't very beautiful, that's sure. But I had time enough to play games, and I chose myself to have a crack at a new shape of train.
The high-speed train was about to get its most distinctive look, the futuristic nose cone at the front and back.
On the table here I've got two models, and they are pretty much example of where the job started and where it ended. There's a flat area here, and it was just big enough to take quite a small piece of glass because they had a succession of accidents, more than accidents, rather willful, small boys hanging house bricks over bridges and smashing the glass. So the new train would have to have armour-plated glass.
Without telling British Rail, Grange used sophisticated aerodynamic testing for the first time in the design of a train.
The whole point was that we virtually exchanged the smooth curvature here for a much better rake here, so we could, get more air flowing over the top relative to this one. We used to hire space in the wind tunnel down at Imperial College, and gradually, with the technicians down there, we gradually improved the shape aerodynamically. And so when the day came to show them my new livery of their model, I took my own design along as well. And it's a pretty extraordinary tale on reflection that they were, broad-minded enough and open-minded enough to take some note of what I was saying.
But if the high-speed train doesn't get off to its high-speed launch, as the timetables proudly announce, then the whole impact of the service will be lost.
Kenneth Grange's prototype was a one-man cab with a small central window. But trouble broke out with the drivers' union ASLEF. For a year, they refused to test the new train.
This proposal was put before our annual conference in June. The delegates attending that annual conference were actual train drivers, people who were driving trains day in, day out, said, not on your life.
The unions came back and had changed their mind, or some cause, but whatever it was, and were insisting upon two men, which threw us in a real dilemma because this single glass size was very difficult to resolve. You couldn't have them, two men looking out of the one little window.
To only have one driver in there are instances where you need an inspector on there, you need room for training, you need a seat for somebody that's perhaps piloting or conducting a driver who's on a particular route that he hasn't been on before. It would have been farcical to have had just a central sitting seat in HST.
So Kenneth Grange redesigned the cab with a bigger window. He also decided to remove the pair of buffers at the front.
These set of accidents
much more graceful
all eventually worked to my favour, frankly. The loss of the buffers was a key change in the geometry of the train, and that in turn led to the style we've got now.
The train's unique trademark had been created, its front cab.
The
problem solved, the deck chair style seats didn't work. The deck chair style seats didn't work for the HST, which is what Kenneth Grange originally wanted, because they all the deck chair seats got smashed up by football fans, drunk football fans going to and from the matches, shown to have good effects over recent years. Therefore, live under a rock? I agree. Double-decker couch, what, from the Lego movie? Hilarious. Couldn't fit a sofa in there? No, you couldn't fit a sofa on an HST, unfortunately. Unless, of course, you took some of the seats out and put a sofa in sideways.
The bigger window. He also decided to remove the pair of buffers at the front.
These set of accidents all eventually worked to my favour, frankly. The loss of the buffers was a key change in the geometry of the train, and that in turn led to the style we've got now.
The train's unique trademark had been created, its front cab.
as it was stylistic origins
Yes, it is.
of the
Spyro,
design,
welcome.
I think don't owe much to other vehicles. They might have owed something to racing cars, which were not nearly as ugly as they are today.
God, imagine if there were armchairs.
I think don't owe much to other vehicles.
All the seats on
They
trains
might
were
have owed some
armchairs.
design.
I reckon it's like that on Premier services like the Orient Express. But imagine if all
Got
trains
now,
had
the
armchairs
geometry
in
of
them.
the
That would
train,
just be
and that in turn
incredible.
led to the style we've got
Age
now.
of Ultron.
The train's unique trademark had been created, its front cab.
As it was stylistic origins of the design, I think don't owe much to other vehicles. They might have owed something to racing cars, which were not nearly as ugly as they are today. They were much sleeker and in a way looked like a cartoonist drawing of a fast car. I think that was perhaps some starting point.
But because of another
Oh
night...
yeah, the
as
double-decker
ugly as they
train
are
that's
today. They were much sleeker and in a way looked like a cartoonist drawing of a fast car. I think that was perhaps some starting point.
But because of another 1970s social phenomenon, football hooligans, part of Granger's design didn't make it into the train. He made seats for the passenger compartments using netting developed for the United States space program, but the seats weren't tough enough for matchday trains.
Didn't take much wit to see that a net chair would be an absolute gift to them. You know, you'd go strip in and bing, and you'd have no seat at all. Not a seat with just holes in it. You'd have no seat at all. So it was stillborn, the net seat.
Most people thought the prototype train was a rather ugly-looking brute.
Yeah, it's a little bit
But
ugly.
the final version that Kenneth Grange produced was absolutely magnificent.
What had been created was an ultra-modern train with two power cabs, one at each end. That meant a faster ride, powered by two engines. The stopgap had turned from an ugly duckling into a swan.
Yes, and that right there, in my opinion, the Class 43 locomotives and Mark III coaches are, in my opinion, swans. They are not ugly ducklings, they're as beautiful as swans. Who agrees with me? Who agrees that the Class 43s and Mark IIIs are as beautiful as swans? Because I think they
The
are.
stopgap had turned from an ugly duckling into a swan.
I think of everything I've done, that probably is number one. I'm fairly proud of it, yes. More than fairly, you can tell.
So you
With a
should,
new
Kenneth.
look and two drivers in the cab, the high-speed train went into service.
I've been on a couple Pacers, average teleporter. I went on one from Lancaster to Heysham Harbour and back when I went to the Isle of Man in 2015, but I think that's the only time I've ever been on a Pacer though. And I get why they're hated, but I find them rather
Of
charming.
everything I've done, that probably is number one. I'm fairly proud of it, yes. More than fairly, you can tell.
With a new look and two drivers in the cab, the high-speed train went into service.
I tell you, this is a family business. Wherever I go, I find it's a family business, isn't it?
Peter Parker saw his chance to promote a new image of the railways. He'd been handed an exciting product. Now it needed to be sold. In the late 1970s, a brash businessman was trying to conquer the world of advertising. Peter Marsh had a gift for publicity, sometimes about himself. In an industry of extrovert characters, he was one of the most colourful of the lot.
Say it again. Cyril Lord, chunky carpet, Cyril Lord, get off me barrel. Cyril Lord, chunky carpet, Cyril Lord, I am poor.
Marsh was the frontman for a thriving agency,
I had to ride a Pacer almost every week for about 2 years when I was younger. They are not too bad when you get used to them. I agree with that. Was that to travel to and from college? Average
Cyril Lord, get
teleporter?
off me barrel. Cyril Lord, chunky carpet, Cyril Lord, I am poor.
Marsh was the frontman for a thriving agency, Allen, Brady and Marsh. They used Hollywood star Orson Welles to sell sherry. They advertised everything from chewing gum to cleaning products. Now Marsh was chasing one of the biggest prizes of all, the British Rail advertising account.
We're really looking at one very specific ingredient here, and one of the most important ingredients, which is personality.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave you. Good luck. Have a good trip.
Marsh had been an actor, and he knew Parker loved theatre. The ad man saw an opportunity. He invited Parker to his office. The British Rail chairman was about to get a surprise.
I invited Peter to lunch, and when he arrived in reception, I got this terrible old tart of reception. It was actually, see there. Yeah, what's your name? Sorry? Pico, you see him? Oh, Marsh? Yeah. Just sit down. Really terribly different. They were just sat in a waiting room rather than being met by the directors. They were just sat in a waiting room rather than being met by the directors or whatever, which they might have expected. He's sitting there, obviously, not being very pleased. Yeah, you see the doorway over there, over your left shoulder. No, don't you know your left from your right? Over there. Go and sit there. Mr. Marsh will come and see you. And this waiting room was scruffy, dirty. There were smelly, unemptied ashtrays, dirty floor, unkempt. It is sort of sprouting penicillin. These stale coffee cups and tea cups and plastic receptacles. And they sat there like this for about 15, 20 minutes, wondering what was going on. And Peter's sitting there. And I time it perfectly. I will say, hello, Peter. Sorry to keep you waiting. What I've been trying to demonstrate to you in this surroundings and the indifference of our receptionists there is the experience that your customers have of you, British Rail, every day. And it's my job and intention to show you how we will overcome.
Broken down and actually working. What?
So there was my
your car
every day. And it's my job.
Time I've already seen that
of you, British Rail, every day.
What's this, James? What's this you've sent us? We need that on a t-shirt, Todd's Poetry. We need that on a t-shirt. Oh, whoops.
And it's my job and intention to show you how we will overcome that problem. So we're going to have lunch. There was my blue Rolls Royce at the door, and off we went.
The train at platform 4. This is it, the new Intercity 125. And as you can see, a pretty futuristic looking train. Some of the performance figures, as the name implies, top speed 125 miles per hour.
By now, the high-speed train had a new name, the Intercity 125. It was Europe's fastest regular rail service, and at last, British Rail was starting to get some positive coverage on TV.
Rail travel was certainly never like this when I was a train spotter. All carriages fully air-conditioned throughout and linked with automatic doors.
I can remember the 125 when it first began, going on it and being absolutely carried away by the speed and the comfort.
And I suppose in this, the brand new era of high-speed rail travel, it just had to come. The high-speed loop.
We went roaring along the track. I mean, that was the smoothest ride I'd ever seen.
Well, any train worth travelling on's really got to have a decent bar and buffet, and in British Rail terms, this is the last word. They don't come any better than this.
It looked very glamorous, but it was the people's train.
But as if that's not enough, for the very first time in British Rail history, you can now enjoy the delights of the British Rail pizza.
Hang on.
British Rail history. You can now enjoy the delights of the British Rail pizza.
That is an awful pizza. I'm sorry, it just is. Welcome back, Martin. This is the age of the loo. That is an awful pizza. It's literally only the size of a hand. Literally only the size of the palm of a hand. Like, one olive, tiny amount of cheese, tiny size, tiny amount of sauce. The pizza needed to be bigger than that. Like, that is just tiny. British Rail pizza. I'm sorry. The HST may have served good food, but the pizza was not one of the good food. It was just too small. I agree, John Murray. Is half of a cheese sandwich true?
Time in British Rail history, you can now enjoy the delights of the British Rail pizza.
Come on. Couldn't they have made it like a normal-sized pizza?
But most important of all, comfortable seating, and absolutely nothing has been left to chance there.
Yeah.
Believe it or not,
Yeah,
all the seats...
having been on HSTs myself, I can confirm the seats are
and absolutely nothing has been left to chance there. Believe it or not, all the seats on this train are ergonomically designed.
This is 222 Marylebone Road. It used to be British Rail's corporate headquarters. Now it's a luxury hotel. To be British Rail's corporate headquarters.
Known as the Landmark Hotel, which I've stayed in twice. Once in 2012, then again in 2015. These are through your arse.
Now it's a luxury hotel.
Thank you very much.
And this is where ad man Peter Marsh made his final pitch to Peter Parker for the biggest opportunity of his career, the British Rail advertising account.
When we pitched for the account with Peter there, we had decided a presenter was the most economic way of presenting a multitude of information that is available to you. Also, because we'd have to make a lot of commercials, we wanted the production costs to be very low.
It was make or break. 6 agencies, including Marsh's biggest rivals, Saatchi & Saatchi, were in the running. Marsh had to follow up his waiting room stunt with a spectacular presentation, but he was about to play his trump card.
Yep. See where this is going. Unfortunately, Jimmy Savile was the one who presented the Age of the Train adverts. One of Britain's most infamous men. And I'm sure that if you guys know who this twat is, you can understand why he's so infamous.
But he was about to play his trump card.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Top of the Pops. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome indeed to Jimmo Fix-It.
Jimmy Savile was at the peak of his fame, and he'd already shown his interest in the new high-speed trains.
Because he was a famous man at the time, average teleporter, and nobody knew of the bad stuff he'd done. Yes,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome indeed to Jimmo Fix-It.
Jimmy Savile was at the peak of his fame, and he'd already shown his interest in the new high-speed trains.
I'm really jealous of you. Was it good? Yes. Was it really smashing? Yes. Wow, that's quite tremendous. Mr. Driver, sir, what can I say? What a thrill for this young lad.
We auditioned for...
Driver, sir, what?
Well, it's nice that he arranged for a guy to have a driver's cabin there, but like... Jimmy Savile.
What can I say? What a thrill for this young lad.
We audition for presenters, and the way you test them on the target market, you have what we call a candidate statement.
Marsh's researchers produced candidate statements from possible presenters, including Jimmy Savile and Terry Wogan, saying they believed in British Rail. Members of the public were asked for their reaction.
When we got to Jimmy Savile, the candidate statement was the same for everybody. I believe in an integrated, publicly owned rail service that gives customer value, is intent on modernisation, and will present real value to the customer. Everybody endorsed that with Jimmy Savile.
At first, Peter Parker wasn't sure about Marsh's choice of presenter. He asked for more market research.
I think he saw him as a, somebody with something of a...
Even your mum knew there was something up with Jimmy Savile as a kid? The warnings were out there, but nobody recognised them until after Jimmy Savile died.
I think he saw him as a, somebody with something of a disc jockey, popular with young people and such like, and perhaps didn't realise how popular he was. Peter Parker then brought up the presenter, Jimmy Savile. He said, Peter,
are you quite sure about this? And I said, well, we're a bit like a doctor, Peter. We don't have to love our patients to give them the correct advice.
And now what shall we have
First
now?
the Tweenies and now British Rail. Yes. Who remembers that Tweenies episode where Max cosplayed as Jimmy Savile? Like when nobody knew of Jimmy Savile's true crimes. Then after the allegations against Jimmy Savile came out, of course that Tweenies episode was banned.
Somebody was something of a disc jockey,
For understandable
popular with young people and
reasons.
such like, and perhaps didn't realise how popular he was.
Peter Parker then brought up the presenter.
Some of the Age of the Train
Jimmy Savile.
adverts after we've watched this documentary.
And I said, well, we're a bit like a doctor, Peter. We don't have to love our patients to give them
I remember
the correct
seeing it on
like
TV
a
as a
doctor,
kid
Peter.
once.
We don't have to love our patients
being
to
aired
give
on
them the
CBeebies.
correct advice.
And now what shall we have now? Should we have the number one? I think we should have the number one.
Because of the robustness of the results, we cannot other than recommend him without any reservation.
British Rail said, would you like to come and talk to us about your experiences on trains and such like? Obviously, there are some that I can't tell you about, which are a pride and joy to me.
Jimmy did claim.
You know what, James? You're right. In some ways, he does.
Would you like to come and talk to us about your experiences on
Bella,
trains?
you've
and British Rail
ruined
said,
it now.
would you like to come and talk to us about your experiences on trains and such like?
Accidentally
Would you like-
aired.
Then recommend him.
Yeah, I'm
without
aware
any
of that
reservation.
teleporter.
British Rail said, would you like to come and talk to us about your experiences on trains and such like? Obviously, there are some that I can't tell you about, which are a pride and joy to me.
Jimmy did claim to travel, I think it's something like 20,000 odd miles a year by train, as well as in his Rolls Royce.
I walked from John O'Groats to Land's End, and I got news for you. After anything like that, a train of any sort, shape or size and any speed is a thing of joy and pleasure to me.
The decision was made. Marsh's agency was hired. The railways were going to be rebranded, and Peter Marsh was celebrating what was said to be the biggest account move in British advertising history.
Here we are. Hello, welcome back, Nick Jr. Here we are. This is the part where the Age of the Train adverts
Businessmen
are
and
shown.
business ladies, you don't need me to tell you that the long drive before a long meeting is a bit of a strain.
Hello,
So
Levco. Nice to see you. We're just watching a documentary about the ice.
tell you that the long drive before a long meeting is a bit of a strain. So why not do...
And before you say anything, Levco, I am aware that Australia does have its own version of the HST, the XPT, but I have already talked about the XPT in a past stream.
that the long drive before a long meeting is a bit of a strain. So why not do what I do? Take the train.
Soon, the first advertisements were broadcast. It was a simple formula, a celebrity presenter and lots of shots of the brand new 125.
I travel about 39,000 rail miles a year on business. Much more comfortable and less worrying than driving. I get to meetings...
Can't go any higher there. HST, yeah, that's right. Can we watch something? Yeah, well, I did want to show everyone the Age of the Train adverts because of how iconic they are
on
after
business.
this.
Much more comfortable and less worrying than driving. I get to meetings relaxed and on time because...
I can tell, James.
Of the train.
It was tremendously successful, tremendously successful. Well, I think it was a combination of using Jimmy Savile, who was clearly extremely popular, right across the class structure in the country and age structure as well.
Don't you deserve half past two?
Yeah!
It used modern structure as well.
Don't you deserve half past two?
Yeah!
It used modern images of the railway. The high-speed train would feature somewhere in most of the adverts, even if it was just rushing by at the end.
I didn't like him very much, but I don't have to. I found him, when he delivered his work, he was brilliant.
There's no place like London for doing your Christmas shopping. London's full of excitement.
I will put up with anything, because when you're a professional who delivered his work, he was brilliant.
There's no place like London for doing your Christmas shopping. London's full of excitement.
I will put up with anything, because when you're a professional, you have to deal with people that you wouldn't choose to go to the opera with.
Travel off-peak weekdays or any time most weekends and you pay much less than the ordinary fare.
East Croydon to London.
The ads might have been simple, but they were carefully put together.
You'll be amazed how many people are doing their Christmas shopping in London this year. Why not join us? Because
Of the train.
We researched it, and the emotional impact was enormous, and it stuck in people's minds like a burr under the saddle.
This is the age of the train.
Very good, thank you. This is the age of the train. Something like that. It never seemed to go any further than that. It just was, this is the age of the train.
Okay, and now I'm going to say it in the stupidest way I can think of. This is the age of the train. That's... Oh, God.
It never seemed to go any further than that. It just was, this is the age of the train.
This, dear me, I'd have to cut that.
And it used to be spoken as well sometimes by Jimmy Savile. You know, this is the age of the train. And the train would rush by.
This is the age of the train.
Speaking as a faithful...
This is the age
Why do you
of
hate
the
them?
train.
Let's go.
Speaking as a faithful, hard-working, considerate husband, all I can say...
Quickly, the slogan was part of everyday life.
But that means I'll have to go to Ipswich by train.
It'd be quicker. After all, this is the age of the train.
I'm not concerned about the age of the train. I don't care how old it is. The only question is, will it be running?
They were deliberately kept simple because that's all you need, and people respond to messages. They don't respond to padding. He's got a smart suit on, and he's got this enthusiasm as he addresses the camera, because he certainly believes in what he's saying.
With this rail card, senior citizens get half-price travel.
We were very conscious that when he's on top of the pops, he deliberately cultivates a very zany image, not only in the clothes that he wears,
It is not the
and
age
also
of the
that.
train.
They used to do.
Made oh yeah, that noise Jimmy made.
He
He literally that iconic noise Jimmy Savile used to make. It was like, it sounded a bit like Tarzan almost. Sorry.
Because he
still there,
certainly
James?
believes in what he's saying.
I already answered that, Levco. I am familiar with Railway with a Heart of Gold. I've shown Railway with a Heart of Gold on stream once.
The padding. He's got a smart suit on, and he's got this enthusiasm as he addresses the camera, because he certainly believes in what he's saying.
With this rail card, senior citizens get half-price travel.
We were very conscious that when he's on top of the pops, he deliberately cultivates a very zany image, not only in the clothes that he wears, and also that they used to do, but also in his hair, which sometimes looks awful. But we very, very meticulously briefed him on the wardrobe and approved the wardrobe, and also on the hairstyle, because you saw the slight problem when we were on the motorway gantry. You get the hair blown about. If it's very long, it is a bit distracting.
So why not do what I do? Take the train.
For once, nearly everyone agreed British Rail had got it right. In the early 1980s, the age of the train was one of the best-known ad campaigns in Britain. But some people on the railways weren't convinced.
Don't ask me to sing that. The thing is that I remember it. This is the age of the train. Well, it was, and the adverts were good enough, but I don't think they delivered much for the railway.
At the peak of the advertising campaign's success, Peter Parker used Jimmy Savile to help launch a new rail card for wheelchair users. Despite the initial doubts, the two men had established a good working relationship, even when things didn't go to plan.
Today, this train couldn't take the strain. What do you do when a larger-than-usual wheelchair won't go through the standard sliding door? Just take out another seat and try again.
We'll learn from this. Things will go wrong a bit. We'll learn from that. And so I see us, as I say, building from this bridgehead.
In the end, Peter Parker was so pleased with what Jimmy Savile had done that he gave him a gold pass, which meant he could travel anywhere first class all over the system.
Let the train take you on your business trips because of the train.
Well, I think the fact that we remember the advertisements. Those who were around at the time remember them clearly, suggest that they were very powerful.
Now, how about this then? London to Kettering, 58 minutes. London to Derby, 1 hour, 57 minutes. London to Sheffield, 2 hours, 29 minutes. That's how late some of the trains are from this platform.
That's how late some of the
We had
trains
that
are
slogan
from
at
this
the
platform.
time, this is the age of the train. And we used to get all the time ribbed. Yeah, it's 40
Hello,
years
hello
old,
Neon,
it's
nice to
50
see
years old.
you. Train crossing buddy. Hello, nice to see you, train crossing buddy. What's fuckface Savile doing here? Yes, Neon, he did indeed promote the Intercity 125 in the age of the train adverts. Working with Jimmy, how could he? I know. Making the trains remote with railway characters. So fuckface Savile doing it. Think we wait. Yes, he did promote it. 5 hours replied, I've been hoarded, yes. Cricky after drinking too much triple, yes. It's been so long. Nice to see you.
We'll
We're talking
learn
about the
from this.
HSTs
Things will
tonight,
go
train crossing
wrong a
buddy.
bit. We'll learn from that. And so I see us, as I say, building from this bridgehead.
In the end, Peter Parker was so pleased with what Jimmy Savile had done that he gave him a gold pass, which meant he could travel anywhere first class all over the system.
Let the train take you on your business trips because of the train.
Well, I think the fact that we remember the advertisements, those who were around at the time remember them clearly, suggests that they were very powerful.
And,
Now, how about this then?
Yes.
London.
Yes, before Neon asks, yes, I will let you hear the sound of the Valenta engines in a
At
moment.
the time remember them clearly, suggests that they were very powerful.
Now, how about this then? London to Kettering, 58 minutes. London to Derby, 1 hour, 57 minutes. London to Sheffield, 2 hours, 29 minutes.
Well, it's not relevant to the subject of the stream, though.
It suggests that they were very powerful.
Now, how about this then? London to Kettering, 58 minutes. London to Derby, 1 hour, 57 minutes.
And yes,
London
Neon,
to
I
Sheffield,
will let you
2
hear
hours
the
and
sound of
58 minutes. London to Derby, 1 hour, 57 minutes. London to Sheffield, 2 hours, 29 minutes. That's how late some of the trains are from this platform.
And you know, we had that slogan at the time, this is the age of the train. And we used to get all the time ribbed. Yeah, it's 40 years old or it's 50 years old, the age of the train being, you know, this decrepit thing.
But don't take my word for it. Let my good friend here tell you for himself.
Oh, he's dead. He's been waiting for so long, he's dead.
The Intercity 125 was a big hit with passengers,
Still there,
but they
Neon?
still weren't sure about one thing, the food.
Oh yeah, the food.
Well, I wouldn't have caught this train except I had the presence of mind to eat a British rail pie, and I soon caught up with it.
Can you get onto them and say that those must go in, even if it's at the expense of 3, 4 and 5?
Prue Leith, who'd met...
Alright, if it's only 35 seconds, then fine, we will. After we've seen this. Valenta is what really makes the HST. I agree. The sound it gives is the most character alongside looks, and the comfort of the Mark III coaches as well, Neon. The HST as a whole is just
To
brilliant.
eat a British rail pie.
And yeah, some of the Valenta engines were replaced, but yeah, the sound of them is just amazing.
Well, I would.
At least the food isn't joked around as much as airline food. Yes. Neon, do you think that Neon? Do you think that putting half a slice of ham in a British rail sandwich so that it looks like 2 slices when in reality it's only 1.5? Would you consider that cheating customers, putting only 1.5 slices of ham in a sandwich to make it look like 2 slices? Would you consider that cheating
weren't
customers?
sure about one thing, the food.
Munching exterior. Well, I'm sorry you haven't been on one yet, Neon. That you should try and maybe go up to Scotland or down to the West Country to travel on an HST while you still can. Cheaper than fixing the food.
A big hit with passengers, but they still weren't sure about one thing, the food.
Good news. I've been on several before, Neon. Last time, been on a couple on the East Coast Main Line. Well, more than a couple, actually. I've been on a good number of HSTs on the East Coast Main Line. I've also been on some on the Great Western Main Line. Last time I was on one was in Scotland in 2021. Haven't been on one
Still
since,
weren't sure about one thing,
That's
the food.
criminal. At least they still live. For now, anyway. 1.5 slices, it is criminal. Especially if it's supposed to look like 2 slices.
food.
Well, I wouldn't have caught this train except I had the presence of mind to eat a British rail pie, and I soon caught up with it.
Can you get on to them and say that those must go in, even if it's at the expense of 3, 4 and 5, which isn't...
Prue Leith, who'd made her name in the restaurant business, was recruited by Peter Parker onto the British Rail Board. He asked her to tackle a long-standing problem, the much-maligned on-board catering.
Dear sir, all the way up to Glasgow, all they had in the buffet was a plastic knife and one individual beetroot pie. I couldn't even cut it. Yours are the fingers. Now, that's ridiculous. Nonsense. Nonsense. Look, I mean, here is the knife, and here is the pie. I mean, look at that. Yours are...
Lucky in the energy even managing. Hold on a sec, guys. Hold on. That's a strong pie, it is. See, the joke here is that British Rail food was so stale that a pie could literally cut a knife and not the other way round.
Rail Board. He asked her to tackle a long-standing problem, the much-maligned on-board catering.
Dear sir, all the way up to Glasgow, all they had in the buffet was a plastic knife and one individual beetroot pie. I couldn't even cut it. Yours are the fingers. Now, that's ridiculous. Nonsense. Nonsense. Look, I mean, here is the knife, and here is the pie. I mean, look at that.
Let's have a replay.
And here is the pie. I mean, look at that.
So stale it could cut a knife.
Everybody talks about curly sandwiches.
This is the age of the pie. Oh, Christ.
He said to me when he hired me, he said, you know, if nothing else, you get the curl out of the sandwiches. In fact, it was never curly sandwiches the problem, it was soggy sandwiches.
Yeah, either soggy
I remember
or
arguing
dry.
with the caterers at the time.
London
saying,
to Carlisle. Welp, it's the power pie. Welp, I won't survive to Preston on this food. No, not with sandwiches and pies as stale as those. Thank God the HST actually made BR food decent.
When he hired me, he said, you know, if nothing else, you get the curl out of the sandwiches. In fact, it was never curly sandwiches the problem, it was soggy sandwiches. I remember arguing with the caterers at the time and saying, why can't we have more...
This is the age of the soggy sandwiches.
I remember arguing with the caterers at the time and saying, why can't we have more interesting sandwiches? And they say, well, this is Britain's most popular sandwich. And I'd say, but of course it is. It's the only sandwich. And they said, no, it's the most popular sandwich because it has Britain's most popular bread, which is Mother's Pride, Britain's most popular cheese, which is Kraft cheese slice, and Britain's most popular butter, Anchor butter.
Some passengers liked the food.
When people
There was also hot food served, like full English breakfast, that miserable pizza I showed you earlier, steak and kidney pie, or even ham salads. And, of course, high tea.
Anchor butter.
Some passengers liked the food.
I wanted to
when
get
people were moaning about British Rail sandwiches, well,
so fast people didn't need to worry about eating. Good one, average teleporter. This is the age of the sandwich. Pie man. Prepare for a nice ham and lettuce sandwich on bread that isn't soggy.
but I can...
It has Britain's most popular bread, which is Mother's Pride, Britain's most popular cheese, which is Kraft cheese slice, and Britain's most popular butter, Anchor butter.
Some passengers liked the food.
When people were moaning about British Rail sandwiches, well, I can remember when they would actually make the sandwich.
Yes, yes, Levko, they did serve pizza on board the HST, but it was really small and pretty miserable.
Britain's most popular butter.
Oh, all right then, let's rewind a bit.
For himself.
Hang on, Where is it?
The Intercity 125 was a big hit with passengers, but they still weren't sure about one thing: the food.
God, I do some big... My standards are higher than BR, yes. Hold on a sec. Where was the pizza shown? BR's higher than BR. Go full English. Good luck getting a full English on a train today. You can't... I think you still can if you're travelling in first class, average teleporter. I think you still can get a full English if you're on a train today, if you're in first
Enjoy
class.
the delights of the British Rail pizza.
There it is, Levko. I mean, come on. I mean, come on. That is just awful. That pizza is barely the size of someone's hand. Hang on. Especially from last week's stream, yeah. The worst pizza ever, Neon. Barely bigger than someone's hand. A tiny amount of cheese. Really small. One olive. Tiny amount of sauce. Awful. Poundland microwave pizza, yeah.
Also, but also in his hair, which is
annoying thing first class where depending on the service the menus are different. If it's a full English breakfast is tiny, unless of course you travel on a very early train Teleporter, have some respect for Poundland. Even that looks more presentable. I've not eaten such a thing, but I saw a review of a few years ago. Barbecue chicken and bacon pizza for dinner.
Looks awful.
Awesome.
But we very, very meticulously briefed him on the wardrobe and approved the wardrobe, and also on the hairstyle. Because you saw the slight problem when we were on the motorway, gantry. You get the hair blown about. If it's very long, it is a bit distracting.
So why not do what I do? Take the train.
Right.
For once, nearly everyone agreed British Rail had got it right. In the early 1980s, the age of the train was one of the best-known ad campaigns in Britain. But some people on the railways weren't convinced.
At Poundland and do respect the parents, but I won't buy pizza from there. Me neither. I'll just get one from my local awesome pizza restaurant.
It's got much
I think the love...
Liked the slice. Britain's most popular bread, which is Mother's Pride. Britain's most popular cheese, which is Kraft cheese slice. Britain's most popular butter, Anchor butter.
Some passengers liked the food.
When people were moaning about British Rail sandwiches, well, I can remember when they would...
Look at all those sandwiches. 8 million were sold in 1 year, as Pete Waterman told us.
Actually make the sandwiches fresh. And a fresh bread and fresh cheese and tomato sandwich. You know, the cheese wasn't... Vauxhall cheese wasn't the best, but it was adequate cheese and a fresh tomato. It was all right.
I thought the food on British Rail was actually better than it is now.
That food there does look nice, though.
Oh, actually, I think the lovely thing about travelling on a train, frankly, even a train that went much slower than the 125, was that you'd be able to go to the dining car, sit down, have a very, very good meal indeed, with wonderful waiters who enjoyed it, and it was all very pally and nice and luxurious.
On the railways, catering was like industrial relations. Trying to keep everyone happy was a problem without easy answers.
Died on the railway. That year on the railway, 8 million.
Trying to keep everyone happy was a problem without easy answers.
So a lot of...
I never thought we got British Rail food right on the trains. I think we did much better on the stations. From then on, I was always credited with uncurling the British Rail sandwich, but I didn't really do that. But we did get decent boxes for them.
Oh shit,
I
Margaret
would
Thatcher.
just like to remember
Hater of
some
railways.
words of St Francis of Assisi, which I think are
Right, guys, I'm going to
really
let you
just
enjoy
particularly apt at the moment. Where there
So I'm
is
going to go to the loo again and
discord, may
get
we
some
bring
more water. I'll
harmony.
be right back,
Where
guys. If
there is
anyone comes while I'm gone, you
At Westminster, the times were changing. Peter Marsh was asked for an adman's assessment of the new Prime Minister.
back, everyone.
He gave a cautious verdict.
We know there's a degree of male chauvinism in this country, a bit of misogynism or whatever that is. And so I think one would have to look very carefully and say, how do you present her as a person so that she does not put off too many men?
So when Margaret Thatcher came on the scene, I was delighted. But she had a deep loathing of British Rail.
You can knock on the door.
Hello, welcome. Come in.
I think that successive chairmen of British Rail would have had trouble with that administration.
Come along, Jimmy. Nice to see you. Wonderful. Right.
They were very anti-railway. I don't think that that if Peter Parker had made the earth flat, it wouldn't have been a success as far as the Thatcher administration is concerned.
And I think it was a bit to do with Dennis, who was a wonderful man, that nationalisation to them was death of private enterprise, industry and drive.
To her critics, the new Prime Minister seemed more comfortable in a tank than a train. For Peter Parker, she was a problem. He'd been appointed by Labour. Worse still, Mrs Thatcher appeared to dislike travelling on the railways.
According to reports, the Prime Minister has a particular dislike of British Rail.
Oh,
it's
hi,
known
Josh.
she goes by
Nice to see
car.
you again.
She goes by air. She also, perhaps appropriately, is not averse to the odd trip by Chefton Tank.
This is the age of decent boxes. Beetroot pie for the Prime Minister, yes. Stan's worst enemy, yes. Good friend of Saville's there. Margaret Thatcher. Jimmy and Margaret, two evil people, yeah.
But never ever were told that she travelled by train. I suspect she has another form of public transport as she flits across the sky at night on her personal broomstick.
Personal broomstick. Joke being she's a witch.
Public transport wasn't high on the government's agenda.
Which is not wrong about. She was a bit of a
The
witch.
Transport Minister Norman Fowler was the man in the middle between British Rail and Mrs Thatcher.
I think she was a sceptic as far as the railways were concerned. It was not top of her list of pops.
Mrs Thatcher probably thought trains were bad news. I mean, I don't know why I say that, but I mean, she
They're
just
not
sort of
bad
thought lots of things are bad news.
We had one dramatically awful lunch in opposition. When I shadowed Transport Minister, we went to lunch with Peter and his board. And someone made the great mistake of saying to Margaret Thatcher over lunch,
Thomas the privatised tank
you know,
engine.
there's only one thing wrong with British Rail, Mrs Thatcher, and that is we don't have enough money. And this absolutely sent her vertical. And she lectured them solidly about public spending, I think, for the next 30 minutes.
Peter Parker and Mrs Thatcher would never be soulmates, but he needed to make sure they could work together.
Peter was one of these people who do live on the pinko, lefto, sido of the partio. He was the sort of man that you could disagree with his politics.
Which, but
You
B
could not
replacing
disag-
W.
You could
So
disagree
true, Jay.
with his politics. You could not disagree with his application of his philosophy of life.
Parker persuaded Mrs Thatcher to help name a train in memory of her friend and colleague Airy Neve, but that didn't necessarily mean she was a fan of the railways.
To name a locomotive after Airy Neve is a wonderful idea.
She wasn't a great lover of the railways, but as in all these things, she was fairly pragmatic when it came to policy making.
Anti-rail governments were always bad. Always been bad. Going to fall apart like the pier did. No, he won't.
So she came
Still
from a
only
very
on.
sceptic side of the argument about railways, but it nevertheless didn't have this dramatic effect upon policy.
Most of Britain might be falling in love with the 125s, but the Prime Minister told British Rail she disliked the open-plan carriages.
Generally speaking, this was very popular with the public. It was particularly with women, because they felt safer in an open environment than in closed compartments. But Mrs Thatcher thought the loss of privacy was important, which is one of the reasons why she didn't travel by train.
Well, that's an interesting point. I mean,
Under the Thatcher regime, Peter Parker was riding on the success of the 125. What's more, its long-delayed rival, the APT tilting train.
Well, first Capital Connect, the franchise just would have been re-tendered.
The Thatcher regime, Peter Parker was riding on the success of the 125. What's more, its long-delayed rival, the APT tilting train, was finally about to enter service. But he had colleagues who thought high-speed trains were costing too much money.
Well, the point seems to be that investment is in fancy things like APTs and high-speed trains and all the gloss, and is not initiated by the sheer inevitability of rotting assets.
and ageing fleets.
In all the nationalised industries, there were fears of possible privatisation. Parker still couldn't be sure about the future of the railways. It was the early 80s, a boom time, at least for some. There was a new kind of commuter, people who could afford to travel more than 100 miles to work. And that was good news for the Intercity 125.
There's no question that the 125 also produced an out-of-town commuter.
Yes, if you can get from A to B that much faster, it reduces the commuting time, and people might like to live in the fairly remote rural area, and the price for season ticket is worth it, provided the trains are fast.
People in Peterborough, Grantham, Bristol, and in Birmingham, they came into London, they commuted. It was easy to do, and it still is.
30 years ago, the BBC filmed advertising executive Barry Smith, who commuted every day from Bristol to London. On the new 125s, the journey took around an hour and a half.
Now then, gentlemen, what can I get for you this morning?
The usual, please, Brian.
Poached eggs, well done bacon.
Crispy bacon.
Crispy bacon, very good, sir.
Same for me, Brian, please.
Very good, sir, thank you.
Now Barry's back, with two friends who used to travel with him.
It was a serious bonus. I mean, because that cut the journey time, I think, in those days by half an hour, which is a considerable time.
The prospect of a breakfast is always pleasing.
We've got some mushrooms and potatoes and tomatoes coming around for you now.
The British Rail breakfast was absolutely wonderful.
The prospect of a breakfast is always pleasing.
We've got some mushrooms and potatoes and tomatoes coming around for you now.
The British Rail breakfast was
HST
Barry's
also had
back,
at-sea
with two friends who used to travel with him.
It was a serious bonus. I mean, because that cut the journey time, I think, in those days by half an hour, which is a considerable time.
The prospect of a breakfast is always pleasing.
We've got some mushrooms and potatoes and tomatoes coming around for you now.
The British Rail breakfast was absolutely wonderful. The staff were wonderful serving it, and we got to know them all, and we could have kippers, which was my favourite breakfast most of the time, or bacon and egg, and it was well cooked, and it was absolutely excellent.
Travel the stunning Intercity 125.
In Mrs Thatcher's Britain, there was money to be made. Some passengers were living the dream.
Oh, you are certainly on that.
A world you can work in. Even at speeds like this, you're not tied to your seat.
For Barry and his friends, business was good. They travelled first class at a cost of more than £5,000 a year.
If you're going to embark on doing this kind of journey, or ridiculous journey, as some people used to say, in this kind of journey, or ridiculous journey, as some people used to say, then you might as well make the most of it.
On Intercity 125, you're in a world where you're looked after in real comfort while someone else drives. So you arrive fresh, feeling businesslike, all of which proves that for anyone going places in today's business world, this is the age of the train.
The earliest I can make it is probably about 7 o'clock tonight. I don't get back from London until 5:30. I catch an early train 6:30. I think at the time the phone from memory was the brick, unlike the modern day BlackBerry, and so you wouldn't spend a great deal of time on the phone with the old phone because it wouldn't last that long. To me, being able to live in the West Country and enjoy the slow lifestyle of Bristol and surrounding area, and then to go up to London every day was the ideal opportunity.
In the 1980s, about 80 Bristol to London commuters went on the train every day.
I think you've got little bunches of people that all gather together like we did.
First class, but with a soggy sandwich with half a slice of ham. Yeah, it was 1.5 slices, Neon, but yeah, I agree, that is criminal. Welcome, Matthew. We're talking about the HST's first class
area
moment.
And then to go up to London every day was the ideal opportunity.
In the 1980s, about 80 Bristol to London commuters went on the train every day.
I think you've got little bunches of people that all gather together like we did. And there wasn't just the three of us, there were other people that came and went and joined our party. It was a party on the way home, quite a lot.
Fridays, we'd probably bring a bottle of champagne along and have Bucks Fizz. And it is Friday today, by the way, and I see no Bucks Fizz.
For the first time since the 1940s, a feeling of confidence was back on the railways. To celebrate the 125, British Rail even commissioned an overture. A special film was made and released as a support feature in cinemas. The Intercity 125 had made it onto the big screen.
I think the great thing about the 125 is that it was just right for this country. We have distances of up to 200 miles, really, basically, except for Glasgow and Edinburgh, which are sort of 300 or 400 miles. But for most cities of this country, 125 miles an hour ain't bad. And that works still does work very, very well.
Peter Snow's got a model railway track in his attic. He says it's for his family, and he's got a special new train for his collection.
Well, I'm very excited because we managed to find on the internet a 125 set. Intercity 125. That's actually quite rare to get hold of. We have here, let's try it, a 125. Let's hope it works.
I remember travelling on National Express East Coast a couple times, one of which was on an HST. That's pretty nostalgic.
Intercity 125. That's actually quite rare to get hold of.
Yeah, and I have a distinct memory of travelling up to Newcastle aboard an HST bound for Aberdeen, working a Northern Lights service. That was a nice experience.
A 125 set. Intercity 125. That's actually quite rare to get hold of. We have here, let's try it, a 125. Let's hope it works. Intercity 125 from 1976, a triumph of British Rail. Will it run? Yes, it's running! Hooray! There she is, looking as lovely as she looked all those 30-odd years ago. Look at that.
As I said, I'm going to get a Midland Mainline HST for my 21st birthday. I'm going to ask for one.
All those 30-odd years ago. Look at that.
No, it won't, Martin. We've been watching this for over 45 minutes. If it was going to say stream unavailable, it would have done so by now.
All those 30-odd years ago. Look at that. It was a way of getting very quickly.
The Midland Mainline orange and teal livery, I think, is my third favourite HST livery behind GNER and Intercity Swallow.
From London to the north. And
it derailed.
Oh, hello, what's happened here? We have a crisis. Oh, I see what's happened. It's for some reason come right off the line. Hang on. A derailment has occurred. Fortunately, it's only a model railway, so it doesn't really matter too much. The 125, I was in one the other day. That guy took me into the guards van, and I sat there watching, and we was just the needle was at 120, 125, 127 occasionally. I gather it cuts off much above 127. And then we were flashing along. About 10 years ago, I put it all together. This is the loft of our house. It's all rather lovely, and it keeps me going. I mean, all the grandchildren love it, and even some of the children, the sort of 30-year-olds, quite enjoy coming up here. To be honest, I did it mainly for myself. I mustn't pretend that.
What's everyone else's favourite HST liveries? Oh, you still there, James? What's everyone else's favourite HST liveries? I've said that mine is GNER, naturally. But what's everyone else's favourite liveries?
This is the loft of our house. It's all rather lovely, and it keeps me going. I mean, all the grandchildren love it, and even some of the children.
Central had a pretty good HST livery.
About 10 years ago, I put it all together. This is the loft of our house. It's all rather lovely.
Too, I can't decide.
That's
fair. As I said, I like the Midland Main Line livery too. You don't have a favourite livery? That's fine, James. I think my fourth favourite HST livery would have to be the original yellow and blue. White and grey livery from the 80s to the early 2000s. But National Express white and silver looked good on it too.
The 125.
I know, average
I was in one the other day. That guy took me into the guards van, and I sat there watching, and we was just the needle was on 120, 125, 127 occasionally. I gather it cuts off much above 127. Then we were flashing along. About 10 years ago, I put it all together. This is the loft of our house. It's all rather lovely, and it keeps me going. I mean, all the grandchildren.
Top three: GNER, Midland Main Line, and Grand Central. My top three would have to be. As I said, my top three are GNER, Intercity Swallow, and Midland Main Line.
About 10 years ago, I put it all together. This is the loft of our house. It's all rather lovely, and it keeps me going. I mean, all the grandchildren love it, and even some of the children, the sort of 30-year-olds, quite enjoy coming up here. To be honest, I did it mainly for myself. I mustn't pretend that I was doing it entirely for grandchildren. That'd be quite wrong.
Another one.
In the early 80s, British Rail had never been so popular. One set of engineers had been watching the 125's success with interest, the team working on the rival Advanced Passenger Train project. They'd had a frustrating wait because of technical problems, but now they were ready to go.
The central station in Glasgow this morning before 7.
At long last, the space-age APT tilting train was going into service, after 13 years' work and a cost of £37 million. Now the Intercity 125 had a challenger, and the newcomer could run at 155 miles an hour.
The coffee stays level, but the coaches tilt inwards on the curves by as much as 9 degrees. This allows the APT to take bends up to 40% faster than conventional trains.
The tilt, no discomfort at all. In fact, if anything, it improves the ride.
I've been very impressed. I think it's been a very good ride. I think it's very comfortable, and altogether I think this is one of Britain's great technological achievements.
It was too revolutionary for its own good. The lightweight construction was right, but then it started to get a bit too clever.
What does that mean, Matthew?
The tilting train's third run from Glasgow was a very public outing, a trip packed with journalists and cameramen.
Do you think you're going to make it to London today?
Oh, of course we are.
No,
the guards seemed to be confident anyway, and we slid out of Glasgow on time at 7 o'clock. But after only 8 minutes, the lights flickered and dimmed, and APT coasted to a shameful halt.
If it weren't so serious, it would be funny. I mean, they took a whole party of journalists and train spotters back to Glasgow and put us on this new train, and of course they got absolutely terrible press.
The train got through the borders, the scene of her last breakdown, but there was more trouble at Preston. The changeover guard didn't seem to be at all familiar with the expensive new technology.
Now then, Jock, how does this work?
Extraordinarily difficult, extraordinarily difficult. And whenever there was a problem with it, I mean, everybody just, media-wise, leapt on the bandwagon.
At Crewe, the quintessential railway town, APT decided enough was enough. It's now 11:15, the time we were due to arrive at Euston. But here we are at Crewe, 158 miles from London. And we've been told that because of adverse weather conditions down the line, the advanced passenger train will be terminating its journey right here.
Its real problem, I think, was that the tilt was too good.
I remember feeling that I was having my breakfast in the gutter, that the train seemed to tilt an extraordinary degree. It was like being in an aeroplane coming into land on a very tight incline. And certainly a lot of people felt queasy. I didn't, as it happens. I travel okay. But a lot of people did feel queasy, and it was an unusual sight to see journalists turning down a free meal.
One particular journalist was very poorly coming back,
Neon.
but it didn't have a lot to do with the train. It had a lot to do with the fact he stayed in the bars of the Senior Knox Hotel till about 4 o'clock in the morning.
The canard was that on the press trip from London to Glasgow, all the press had been
good that
boozed
it
up
was
the
bad.
Hotel till about 4 o'clock in the morning.
The canard was that on the press trip from London to Glasgow, all the press had been boozed up the night before, and that's what made them sick. Well, I hadn't, and I felt fine until it got daylight, and then started to feel queasy. And
Yeah. Oh, and Stan's back again. You still... Stan, what do you think of the idea of the British Rail sandwich, Stan?
You ready for this?
What do you think of the idea of the British Rail sandwich, Stan?
Neither
How, do you think 1.5 slices of ham in a sandwich being made to look like 2 slices is cheating the customer, Stan? Yeah, do you think 1.5 slices of ham in a sandwich being made to look like 2 slices is cheating the customer, Stan?
Just no pieces of the puzzle were missing. Trinity's a husband, a father. He's like me.
Why did you tell me? So you'd know you're not alone. You're just like me.
Hello. Dexter Morgan.
Anyway, back to Age of the Train.
For the once glamorous tilting train, it was a fatal blow. The train was taken out of service and became an attraction at a heritage centre in Crewe. For the foreseeable future, the Intercity 125 was the only high-speed train in town.
For PR policies, you can't possibly ever drop your guard. You have to be always watching. We were perhaps too anxious to get this feather in our cap. In business, it's always clever if you can be second. That's the first thing. It's always better to be in the second wave that's hitting the beach.
Almost immediately, Peter Parker was at the centre of another crisis. In 1982, the railways were shut down during a strike about flexible work rotas.
Oh God, strike flexible work rotas. What's this, MLP fan?
Now, my next guest is the matriarch of...
Be me? I've never been on telly before. Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Sorry, Mum. Yes, darling. Hmm? So what were we talking about? Oh, yes, the news. Whew. Well, I'm excited to share that our family is getting even bigger because we're having another baby.
Oh God, another baby with... I wonder how much more annoying George will be.
This battle had been coming for a long time. Mrs. Thatcher was watching, and Parker was determined to win, despite the cost.
I know.
The Wednesday board will be reviewing the following week, but the damage is formidable now on the commercial and financial side.
We knew that in order to make progress with these long-term plans for the railway, it needed substantial improvements in productivity. and that became a big hurdle.
I've already sent a letter to your office by hand.
Sir Peter, for God's sake, Ray, can you look me
That's
in
the
the
truth.
Can
I can look you in the eye and say that, with all honesty, you wasn't there. It was your man, Cliff Rose, that brought...
The trade unions were very powerful, remember?
Trade unions. What's this? Oh, Christ. No, Martin. Not relevant. Oh, hang on. Copilot's opened up. Bugger off, Copilot. That's how you can help. In a moment, left.
Honesty, you wasn't there. It was your man, Cliff Rose, that brought...
The trade unions were very powerful. Remember, they had
Let's hear
6 or 7 years of a Labour government during the 70s, and they had acquired an awful lot of power through the beer and sandwiches route at number 10.
We've never, by the way, had 7 to 9 rosters put before us until the 22nd of January. That's when we first got it.
Why do you think that was?
The strike was about so-called flexible rostering, the number of hours a train driver could work during a shift.
What British Rail wanted to do was to have more flexibility in the length of time a driver would work within the maximum amount. And obviously the unions wanted more money for that. Well, they were against it.
To be blathering on in this detail when all of this could be tidied up by an independent tribunal.
It was the worst possible situation to get to, because it ended up both sides arguing with each other and almost slagging each other off in a television studio live. And the last thing you should ever do is get involved in negotiating industrial problems live on a national television programme.
But Parker got his victory. After 2 weeks, the strike was abandoned. Mrs. Thatcher's government was impressed.
The privatisation of the whole of British Rail, which simply wasn't on the agenda at the moment, it was, what we wanted to do was to try and run the railways as efficiently and as effectively as we possibly could.
Far away across Europe, another train and another girl, or rather, a boy and a girl.
With the strike behind him, Peter Parker could return to his dreams of a new high-speed rail link to Europe. He had the backing of Norman Fowler, and indeed support for a Channel tunnel had already come from an unexpected source.
Well, I wasn't that confident when I went to see Margaret at number 10 about this project. I'll be perfectly frank, I didn't think that I would have her on my side. But I then explained to her that what I was proposing was not that the Treasury should put in billions of pounds into it, but what I was proposing was it should be privately financed. And basically her reply to that was, if it's privately financed, I don't see there's any thing against it.
I should be very happy if we could...
There had been a stroke of luck. A summit meeting between Mrs. Thatcher, a Eurosceptic, and the...
Yeah, we knew, Stan. Stan, you still haven't answered my question, Stan. Do you think that a ham sandwich with 1.5 slices of ham in it being made to look like 2 slices, do you think that's considered... Would you consider that cheating customers? Selling a sandwich that looks like it's got 2 slices of ham in it, when in reality it only has 1.5, because that's what the British Rail sandwich was like.
I should be very happy if we could...
There had been a stroke of luck. A summit meeting between Mrs. Thatcher, a Eurosceptic, and the new French President François Mitterrand, a lifelong socialist.
Nous regardons où nous mettons les pieds.
They found it hard to agree on anything.
I would like to say that we've had excellent talks, both between the President and myself.
The one thing we could agree upon, because every one of these meetings needs a communique at the end, the one thing we could agree upon was the Channel Tunnel. And actually, Margaret was rather grateful for the Channel Tunnel at that point.
It's a project that bears the Prime Minister's personal imprint. A massive, privately funded venture, high-tech, yet driven by an entrepreneurial vision that might have impressed Brunel.
It's very unfashionable to say, but the Thatcher years were really good for the railways.
At the French end of the new intercapital rail...
Impressed Brunel. It's very unfashionable to say, but the Thatcher years were really good for the railways.
At the French end of the new intercapital rail link, President Mitterrand...
I suppose sectorisation of BR was introduced during the Thatcher government, which, in my opinion, did improve BR. I do believe that sectorisation did improve BR, but... yeah.
It's very unfashionable to say, but The Thatcher years were really good for the railways.
At the French end of the new intercapital rail link, President Mitterrand unveiled a plaque in Paris's Gare du Nord and set out aboard the new high-speed Eurostar passenger train.
Under Margaret Thatcher, we saw the railways advance more, British Rail advance more than it had done in the previous 2 decades.
Margaret Thatcher is an astonishing woman because she started the Channel Tunnel. It wasn't a government operation, it was all privately run, privately financed, but she was the one who got it going.
Sectorisation was the best the railways have been in years. I understand that, average teleporter, but then it went to bad. Privatisation, as I said,
Started the Channel Tunnel. It wasn't a government operation, it was all privately run.
Especially as government money wasn't coming into the new BR sectors.
Privately financed, but she was the one who got it going. Good luck to her for doing that.
Trains aren't thought to be all that popular with the Prime Minister.
Perhaps surprisingly, Mrs Thatcher helped establish a new era of high-speed trains. British Rail was only privatised after she left Downing Street, when John Major was Prime Minister.
That's right.
Here we are caught so much in the short term and the chaos and the ragged railway.
Peter Parker left British Rail in 1983 after seeing off calls for drastic cuts. British Rail was back on track. He died in 2002.
Rest in peace, Peter Parker.
But his legacy lives on. This is still the age of the high-speed train. A new, fast service is planned between London and Birmingham. 40 years on, the 125 isn't just history. It's still a mainstay of the railways, and it will be for many years to come. A mainstay of the railways, and it will be for many years to come.
Unfortunately, not as many years as I'd hoped for, because the 125 is
still a mainstay of the railways, and it will be for many years to come.
I like to know that it's coming from way down the track, the lights, and then the thing gradually turns into a form and so on. And then I look to see how clean it is, you know, because that's mine, and they can't escape the fact that I own it.
I own it.
We owe it to the 125 for rescuing British Rail from near destruction, really.
Yes, it did. The 125 did rescue BR from near destruction, and oh, no, never mind.
We owe it to the 125 for rescuing British Rail
I'm
from
sure
near
it doesn't
destruction.
get cancelled. Only the northern section was cancelled. The section between London and Birmingham is still happening.
We owe it to the 125 for rescuing British Rail from...
Oh, I hope Star remains around for another 10, 15, 20 years, Levco.
We owe it to the 125 for rescuing British Rail from near destruction, really, near collapse in the early 70s and mid-70s. And I think if it hadn't been for the 125, we'd be in terrible trouble.
Yes.
I think it's a train whose time is still coming. It was originally a stopgap with perhaps say a 30-year life, but it's been re-engineered with new engines. The coaches have been modernised.
And if only if it would stay that way, though.
But it's been re-engineered with new engines. The coaches have been modernised.
The scale of the improvement in rail passengers over the last 10, 15 years has been extraordinary. And I think a lot of that is due to the 125, catching the public imagination.
More than 80 of the trains are still in service. Rail engineers now say the Intercity 125 is capable of running until 2035.
If I'd been
2035. Oh, imagine if that were the case, and BR and the TOCs of Great Western Railway, LNER and all the others. Imagine if that had actually been the case and they were still around. Welcome back, Neon.
125, catching the public imagination.
You were back in less
More
than
than
15
80
minutes.
of the trains are still in service. Rail engineers now say the Intercity 125 is capable of running until 2035.
If I'd been asked to guess how long it would...
If only. Yes. If only it could stay around until then.
Engineers now say the Intercity 125 is capable of running
If
and
only the
engineers
train operators weren't so
now say the
short-sighted.
Intercity 125 is capable of running until 2035.
If I'd been asked to guess how long it would last, I would never have guessed as long as it has. And so I'm thrilled to bits that it's still out there holding its own, and it'll see a few more liveries and a few more owners, I expect. I only regret not having one. I've got most of everything else I did, but I don't have a train. Getting hold of a train's a bit tricky.
Well, at least they're being preserved. Lucy Hester, I don't know who she is. Anyway, so that's that. Now that Neon's here, now that Neon's here, though, I'd like to, new lights. Oh, they're fine. Maybe an alternative timeline. Fingers crossed. I reckon the HSTs could still go for another 20 years. Even now, I reckon they could still go for another 20 years. Anyway, because I know Neon loves the sound of the Valenta engines of the HSTs, I'll play this for you all now. So here we have an HST recorded by Video 125 departing from Bath Spa. I know Neon loves the sound of the Valenta engines. I mean, who doesn't? So let's have a listen to this. Alright then, let's go. This is where this is the driver's eye view that the music I played at the start of the thing comes from. This stream comes from. Just now then, have a listen to this. Fiery pit forever. Look at all that smoke. Is John Murray still there? Is John Murray and James still there? No, this one, Penzance actually Neon. That. The HST engines literally sound like jet engines. That's how awesome they sound. Here's the Class 43 at the back pushing. Amazing stuff. What does everyone think of the sound of the Valenta engines? Thought it was talking? Oh, that's fine. So it decides to push the temple leaves and extra action. I agree, average teleporter, it is art. Distant rumble is excellent. The HSTs have good horns as well. Meow. Back then, Neon. Look at all that smoke. genuinely, it sounds like that genuinely sounds like a jet engine throttling up. Absolutely incredible. And that's that. Alright, now let's have a look at Levco's sneak peek.
After all those years of Welsh weather,
Oh, and the Thomas
cross ties
Styles,
decay,
I see.
spikes get looser, rails spread dangerously. Finally, a wheel jumps the tracks, and then...
Yeah, it is beautiful, that sound. And Sir Handel derailed.
Derailed. A long, exhilarating mountain walk ahead.
Devastated as his passengers leaving him. It's coming soon, nice. Okay, so now let's have a look at some of the Age of the Train Jimmy Savile adverts, even though Jimmy Savile's a very controversial man, because the Age of the Train commercials are associated with the HST, and they are quite an iconic part of British pop culture, so Jimmy Savile or no Jimmy Savile, we are going to watch them.
Businessmen and business ladies, you don't need me to tell you that the long drive before a long meeting is a bit of a strain. So why not do what I do? Take the train. You won't catch one of these in a traffic jam. It flies along while you relax. No strain, no tension, no hassle, and the less of all that you have in your busy lives, the better. I travel about 39,000 rail miles a year on business. Much more comfortable and less worrying than driving. I get to meetings relaxed and on time because... This is the age of the train.
He has rose-tinted glasses, I know. There is another HST commercial I'd like to show you guys in a moment. Oh, comments are turned off. I wanted to show you some funny comments from this, guys.
To get away easily, speedily and cheaply, you can't beat Intercity Savers. They're special off-peak bargain fares from London. With Intercity Saver fares, you can afford to catch up with your friends.
London to Birmingham, £8 return. Love.
Family, or they can catch up with you. While you're away, you can soak up a bit of culture, and the girls can go to town.
Minecraft YouTuber.
While you're away, you can soak up a bit of culture, and the girls can go to town. It's your chance to get to grips with the great outdoors. See history repeat itself. Save a packet and completely wear out your friends. Get a leaflet from your station about cheap Intercity Saver fares because... of the train.
This is the age of the train! I have to.
Take off to London with a London Saver. Just look how cheap these fares are.
This is the age of the train! And for none of those, I don't think, are HST routes, though. I don't think.
It's a bargain to get here, and there's so much to do. So much to see. And it's so cheap to get here by train. Pick up a leaflet for details of London Saver fares because... of the train.
Minus that monster's voice. Yeah, he is a monster.
Now away days come in party sizes. Party size away days are bargain fares within London and the South East for parties of 2,
Getting anywhere for
3.
£8 today. Well, with my disabled person's rail card, I was able to go from Erridge to East Grinstead return for £10.25, which, considering I needed to change at Oxford for that Oxted for that journey, I think is a pretty good value. Erridge to East Grinstead.
Now away days come in party sizes. Party size away days are bargain fares within London and the South East for parties of 2, 3, 4 or 5. Now to September 30th, one person pays the full adult away day return fare. Everybody else, adult or child, just £1 each. With these bargains for parties of 2, 3, 4 or 5. Now for parties...
You travel to East Grinstead then?
2, 3, 4 or 5. Now to September 30th, one person pays the full adult away day return fare. Everybody else, adult or child, just £1 each. With these bargain free up to September 2, 3, 4 or 5. Now to September 30th, one person pays the full adult away day return fare. Everybody else, adult or child, just £1 each. With these bargain fares, you can take your party to London, to the country, to the sea. You can take your party from hundreds of stations for the day so cheaply when you take the train. Get a leaflet for details because... of the train. This year, thousands of you will have to travel to your business meetings in weather like this. Why risk driving when there's a fast, safe and civilised alternative?
Travelling by train is a lot safer than travelling by road.
Thank you. Let the train take you on your business trips because...
No, it kind of is. I like to think
of the
it is.
train.
Yeah, I agree, Neon. It isn't bad at all. Especially if you have a disabled person's rail card.
Lots and lots of business people hate travelling in weather like this, but lots more enjoy it. Look at him. See? Completely relaxed. Not like them. Bet they could do with a cup of tea then. Well done, Professor.
Very nice and good there.
Still struggling out there, I see. Difficult meetings are easy when you can do your homework first. It's much harder work where they are. As it happens, I'm looking forward to getting there now. What are you looking forward to? Of the train.
Yes, it is. The Age of Bluey. Still there, Neon?
Have you heard about the London Saver? See for yourself. It's an amazingly low, incredibly cheap fare to London.
£15, adult return £15, London to Blackpool is really good.
It's a bargain to get here and there's so much to do, so much to see. And it's so cheap to get here by train. Ask now at your station about London Saver fares because... of the train.
This is the age of the train.
You're about to see a cheap away day return make Christmas shopping easy for my lady friends here.
I've already shown some XPTs in another stream before.
You're about to see a cheap away day return make Christmas shopping easy for my lady friends here. The train whizzes you into town and whizzes you back in speed and safety. You can buy all your gifts in one day, so ask at your nearest station about the away day fare.
Yeah, they are.
Away day is an off-peak ticket, so it costs you less. The train is much cheaper than you think because... of the train.
Only one of those is an HST route, Reading to London. Oh, and that's it. There's another one.
Travel the stunning Intercity 125 on business, and you're in an excitingly different world. One that's relaxed, businesslike.
A world you can work in. Even at speeds like this, you're not tied to your seat. On Intercity 125, you're in a world where you're looked after in real comfort while someone else drives. So you arrive fresh, feeling businesslike, all of which proves that for anyone going places in today's business world, this is the age of the train.
Yes, Lavco. Now I just want to have you guys look at something. It looks like a trustworthy guy to do business with. Jimmy Savile, yeah. Into kitty trains. Fucking hell.
Businessmen and business ladies, you don't need me.
Look at the 5-star service getting given. Do you get 5 stars on a civil word off any of them? I know Age of the Train YouTube poop. I don't know. Serving up dinner. The Age of the Bum Pain. He's talking nonsense. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Electro. Nice to see you. Feel crazy, and that's what I like about you. Thanks, time lad. Yeah, yes. Hello, Electro. I'm showing the Jimmy Savile Age of the Train Intercity adverts now. This is the age of the train.
Went much slower on the 125. Was you?
Travel the stunning.
This is the age of the train.
You don't need me to tell you that the long drive.
Ah, here we are. Here's some of the better comments from earlier. Whether it's Home Infinity and Dead Bodies in Leeds, British Rail gets you quicker though without being spotted. The less said about him, the better. Let's have a look at this Age of the Train YouTube poop then. No, it's all it's like to not get caught. This is one of my favourite ones. Of course he liked the Intercity 125s, they were only a few years old at the time. Oh my god. Why not do what I do? Fuck off. Oh no. Why not do what I do? This is the Age of the Train. Later that day. £20 a year for a return to get. Oh yeah, Neon's here. Despite Jimmy talking away, greatest ads ever. Let the kids have a free ride. It isn't the Age of the Train anymore. The day's Age of the Replacement Bus Service. We've been waiting for you. Pimpernel's traumatic memory. Being abused by Jimmy Savile. Oh my god, Jacob. Hello, Jacob. Pip and Pop. Oh, Pip and Pop are Puffin Rock characters. No. No, Electro. Jacob's referring to Pip and Emma, the Railway series characters. Yeah, there was actually an HST character in Thomas called Pip and Emma. 2 power cars called Pip and Emma, who ran the HST Wild Nor'Wester service. They are canon characters in the Railway series. General Coey at your service. Yeah, and he's also the general of the Yellowish Army. But yes, Electro, Jacob is referring to Pip and Emma, the HST characters in the railway series. Bill and Bien. Good to see him regardless. Would have been nice to see Pip and Emma in the model series. She always felt something was off about him. Yeah. This is the age of the train. Virgin. President agreed us, you will fall. That's fine, Jack. Welcome. So yeah, this is what Jacob meant, Electro. But what do you think of there being an HST character in Thomas, Electro? Spanish for good. Bien, oh yeah. What do you think of there being HST characters in Thomas then, Electro? Oh, I didn't see the link. Yeah, you can't send links in the chat unless Jedi Scum, can't send links in the chat unless you're a moderator. Just had to get him in the age of the train, YouTube poop. Age of the train. This is the age of the train. I'm trying to have a look here, but I can't find it. I'm sorry.
You don't need me to tell you.
What else have we got? I wonder what meetings you're going to. Prodigy on. Sir Jimmy Savile. He was knighted, Jimmy Savile? Damn. Did I miss anything? Yeah, he was a good old Jimmy. Could mean something entirely different. Oh, the Lost BR advert. Let's have a look then.
Any minute now, you're going to see a cheap away day return. They can ordinary day into an extra special one for my young friends here. Give your kids a little treat.
Oh no.
Oh. With the £12 family rail card, here's some examples of how little travelling by train can cost a family of 4. Children under 14 go half price. Now then, straight to business. I would be very grateful if you could live up here and see.
Oh no.
What are you now about 4? Will you be ready for it? Right,
Oh
let's have a look
shit.
at it. Even at speeds like this, a bit of fresh air and fun is easy. I get to meetings relaxed and on time because... Oh, well, is the first time the best?
Yeah, me.
What can I say except terrific. Now you know why I keep saying this is the age of the train. I'm looking forward to getting there now.
Oh shit. Oh, Southall crash. Oh my god, the Southall crash. Oh no. Yeah, Southall and Labrador Grove crashes both involved HSTs.
Of the train. And if you don't think that, you can go away thinking it now. So how about that then? Intercity. We're getting there. Did that really taste like the mate? Did you enjoy it? Have you got the original video when we first did that?
No, I haven't. I've not even seen it for 30 years.
Oof, indeed.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
Are Neon and Electro still there? Right, so here's another It's the most wonderful time of the year. Thoughts? That was hilarious. That was so funny. I'll be leaving in like half an hour, that's fine. Here's another Intercity 125 advert I wanted to show you guys. This one's funny because it's like, what if trains were like cars and we all drove them on tracks like cars?
When was the last time you made a long business trip and your train had to stop for breakfast?
This is that very
Stop for
same
you to do
advert,
some
Neon.
Or stop to spend a penny?
Inconveniences.
When did you last see a train with a puncture?
There it is.
Or a train get nicked for speeding? And who's ever heard of a train jam? See your dealer about an Intercity 125. Much quicker, we think, than your 1.6 or 2.3 or... Intercity. We're getting there.
So what did everyone think of that? What's this, Stan? That is cool, Stan. Oh, you're still... Oh, you are still there, Electro. Dan, your screams like music to my audio receptors. That is cool, Stan, though this isn't, use actual guns, that would be great. But yeah, Stan, that's not what we're talking about, though. We're talking about this. I showed this advert to Electro yesterday, and he thought it was eccentric. And I can see what he means.
And who's ever...
Here's the advert again, but in higher quality, at a better frame rate.
When was the last...
Iconic, it is iconic. Here's the advert again, but in much higher quality.
When was the...
Oh, hang on! That symbol there looks a bit like the BR logo. Was that intentional?
When was the last time you made a long business trip and your train had to stop for breakfast? Stop for you to do some work. Or stop to spend a penny.
Inconveniences.
When did you last see a train with a puncture?
Class 37 with a police siren. You've got to love the Class 37 with a police siren. There were actual police trains around, though, to stop line-side crime, though they weren't as common as road police patrols.
Or a train you get nicked for speeding.
Pull over, lad.
Come on. A train jam. See your dealer about an Intercity 125. Much quicker.
When have you ever seen a train do a drift?
2.3 or 2.8. Intercity.
But what did everyone think of that ad? What do you think of that ad, Stan, where an Intercity 125 is portrayed more like a car? Not relevant to the subject of the stream. In a moment. Pull over, my moustache would like a word with you. Oh, yeah. Oh, what's this? Yeah, I've seen this before. Show me this. Clearly not the brightest idea. What for trains to behave more like cars? And driving our own things around. So what have you sent, Levco? Oh. This. Just Shrek. The Shrek image. Give it its own theme park? Nice. I do want Raptordogs to have its own roller coaster. I would like a Raptordogs themed roller coaster one day. A Vekoma flying coaster themed to Raptordogs. Now, what else were we going to do? So I think now we'll look at HSTs going into privatization. Oh, new Shrek teaser. It's cool. getting a bit too much hate. Do 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 do. Oh, hello there. Promotion for the British Hurricane. I don't know. Nice. You still there, Electro? Right. This is the age of the train. So now we look at clips of the HSTs going into privatisation. The GNER HSTs look great. Still had the Valenta engines, but then the Valenta engines were replaced, fitted with newer engines, which didn't sound as good. But now where it belongs. Oh, the sound of the Valenta of the GNER HST departing Newcastle. I was like told Electro yesterday, this genuinely sounds more like a jet engine throttling up these Valenta engines. They're so cool. I do remember average teleporter. I remember when the windows would be opened. I travelled on HSTs when they still hadn't slammed doors. Oh, these are just so awesome. This is the age of the train. The mother of all HST starts. That is a good sound. What does everyone else think of the sound of the HSTs accelerating of the Valenta engines? You already know Neon's opinion, but what does everyone else think? Oh, what's this, Stan? Yeah, cold starts of a Class 37s are cool too. Though cold starts of any diesels are good. Though personally, while I do really like Class 37s, the Class 43 locomotives are better. Brilliant sound with here again. So much smoke. Oh, bang as it comes out. Exhaust fire. Oh, I see the fire. Again, awesome, though not as awesome as an HST starter. What do you actually think of the HSTs themselves, though, Stan? Blaming... Nah, I want to try focusing on the HST though, Stan. I only clicked this left over to Stan Center. Hello, Spyro Kirby. Nice to see you. Talking about the HST tonight. What's this, Neon? 43 minutes of HST crash and flag. We won't watch all of this, but that's what's it. Oh my god! As I said, literally sounds like a jet engine. The sound of the Valenta engines is part of the reason I love the HSTs so much. Ford HSTs coolness. Nah, Stan, it's the other way round. The Class 43s are so much cooler than the 37s. I'm sorry, they just are. second favourite diesel locomotives would have to be the Class 55s, and my third favourite is the Class 50s. I'd put the Class 37s in fourth place. HST ASMR. Except, in a weird way, the sound of the Lenza engines both is and isn't ASMR at the same time, because while the Lenza engines do sound awesome, it's not like quiet so they can't really go to sleep. I guess it would only really be ASMR if it was like muffled, like if you're on board the train in the coach. Northern Spirit 156 cameo.
That's the after effect.
The after effects, so much smoke in there. Excellent on mainline HST at Darlington. The original HST stomping grounds were on the first Great Western. The very first HST journey, I believe, was made between London and Cardiff. Darlington noted, yes. Proper diesel action here, diesel crane thrashing and number 2 struggling. The engines sound better as the years go on. True, because it gets a bit more nostalgic. I remember you showing me this, Stan. Yeah, but these are just mere diesel shunters. Stan, the HSTs literally saved this country's railways. How can you not respect the HSTs for that? Literally near single-handedly saving our railways. And yes, I have been on an HST over the original route the very first route the HST ran. I have been from London to Cardiff on an HST before. The very original route they ran. And I even got a Grand Central HST on a Sunderland to London service, it looks like. One of the few HSTs classed with buffers, small boy. Go about and do stuff. You are not welcome here. 37s actually get about and do stuff. Electro small around. That may be so Stan, but and just so much more awesome Stan. The sound of their engines. Plus, they were the first trains in this country to regularly run at 125 miles an hour. To run at 125 miles an hour in regular service. So cool. Justice for Payson, yeah. East Midlands HST there. Oh, you're back here. Wheel slips, that is surely unacceptable. Actually, electro wheel slip is actually extremely common on railways, because wheel slip is actually extremely common on railways, electro, because with smooth steel wheels on smooth steel rails, there isn't a lot of traction. There isn't a lot of friction. But it's mainly because of this lack of friction that trains are able to go so fast, electro. So it is an advantage for going fast, but like the low amount of friction is what enables the HST to reach such high speeds, as with all trains. But it can lack in traction. And this can result in frequent wheel slip. The actual area of a train wheel that actually touches the rail at any one time, according to a video by James May on why trains can't go uphill. According to James May, the actual area of a train wheel that actually touches the rails at any one time is about the size of two 50p coins put together. So if you put two 50p coins together, that's the area that a train wheel actually touches the rail at any one time as it turns. There should be some sort of grip on the rails. Mainly, trains just rely on their weight for traction, Electro. They don't have traction tyres. Trains don't have traction tyres. They just rely on their weight to gain traction. The weight pressing down on their wheels is what gives them any traction at all. I guess you could put traction tyres on trains. I mean, Hornby do that all the time, and it has been tried in the past experimentally, but it hasn't really worked. Yes, they do, Electro. They do dispense sand on the rails. It's dispensing sand on the rails to give trains grip on when the rails are slippery is a very, very common railway practice that dates back centuries. Class 37 thrash. I don't know, but they certainly do on their older models, Stan. Are you off now, Levka? Alright, bye. They do have Sanders? Yes. Get rid of rails? No! Average trains on the band. Cut power to the throttle. Homeowner did that ages ago. You remember that weight is a vector quantity, not a scalar quantity? Well, I wouldn't have guessed that, but yeah. I'm going to clutch the sponge for the highlights. Hornby already did that ages ago. But yes, putting sand on the rails is what gives trains grip when the rails are slippery, but most of the time they just rely on their weight alone for traction. Remembered weight was a force? Yeah, weight is a force. I've known that for years. Oh yeah, I remember on the Norfolk Broads branch lines when they had Class 37s top and tailing a pair of Mark II coaches hired from direct rail services. I remember when they were operating Class 37s on this. I think they also ran Mark IIs and Class 37s on the Cumbrian coastline between Carlisle and Lancaster via Barrow. Yeah, there is a good thrashing. Those are good thrashing sounds, and I do agree that the Class 37s look great in a BR blue and yellow, but still, I prefer the likes of the Class 50s, the 55s, and especially the 43s, the HST power cars. I remember when Greater Anglia had to hire some Class 37s from direct rail services. Class 37s were built all the way back in the 60s and are still in service today. That is such a testament. Look, an old Class 37 hauling brand new Class 745, a brand new Class 745. That's hilarious. Don't use traction tyres anymore. Are you special? Yes, he probably is. It's called the Ugly Barnacle. So Class 37s are your favourite diesels then, Stan? So I take it the Class 37s are your favourite diesels, Stan. What's this? An example of wheel slip. This is an example of wheel slip for you, Electro. Stan? The average teleporter's been nice the whole time. Don't hide him. Overpowering there. Sorry about that, teleporter. So look, overpowering there, you see. So yeah, this is 158 wheel slip. Anyway, back to the main subject of this stream, the HSTs. Yeah, sorry about that, average teleporter. Stan, please don't do that again. Oh, that is such a good sound. Because I hurt his feelings. Oh man, that's good. And here's a look through the grill into the HST engine idling. Internal combustion engines. Yeah, yes, Electro, all diesel locomotives and diesel multiple units use internal combustion engines. That's the whole point. Yeah, most internal combustion locomotives are diesel engines. Yeah, but that was no reason to hide him, Stan. Look at all that clag being produced by the Grand Central HST here. 4-stroke diesel, yeah. 4-stroke engine with turbo. Are the Valenta engines 2-stroke or 4-stroke, Neon? Should I know a thing or two? I'm sure you do too. Oh my god, listen to the sound of that Valenta in the tunnel. He was so ugly that everyone died. The end. I'm so depressed that HSTs can now only be found with ScotRail or down in the West Country in Devon and Cornwall. I'm just so depressed that the HSTs have now all been withdrawn except for in Scotland and down in the West Country. Like, cross-country withdrawing their HSTs made no sense whatsoever. I get that the Mark IVs and the Mark III coaches and the Class 43s are old, but that was no excuse for cross-country to withdraw their HSTs when cross-country have huge capacity problems right now. Like, their trains are so overcrowded, cross-countries. Cross-country's trains are infamous for being overcrowded. They need as many trains as possible. So cross-country withdrawing their HSTs in September 2023 made no sense whatsoever. We will have a look at some clips of cross-country's HSTs in a moment because cross-country withdrawing their HSTs was the biggest mistake they ever made, in my opinion. Arriva cross-country. Be right back. All right then, Neon. 4-stroke Cummins 14-litre engines. And they got rid of the HSTs? Yes. They should have kept them. Even with the 12 Voyagers they got from Avanti West Coast to fill the void left by their HSTs, they still should have kept... Cross-country still should have kept their HSTs because with their capacity problems they have right now, they need all the trains they can get right now. So cross-country getting rid of their HSTs a couple years ago made no sense. For real, be right back, okay. I do know that trains use roller bearings because of their hardness. Yeah, roller bearings for the wheels. Longer lifespan and that they operate at higher speeds. Yeah, as I said, I reckon the HSTs can keep going for another 20 years. In the documentary we watched earlier, they said they could own... In the documentary we watched earlier, They said they could keep going till 2035, and I agree that they could keep going for that long. Forces Neos away. Oh god. Oh, a new main range one of those. New ones have them, I'm sure of it. Oh man, those Valenta engines. What do you actually think of the sound of the HST's Valenta engines, Electro? Oh, that is good. So yeah, 6-car, 8 Grand Central HST operating around Sunderland. Most of the HSTs operated with 8 cars though. So much clang. Oh my god, racing through Doncaster there. Amazing. Alright, Spyro Cubby, thanks for coming. For sale, I'm start counting it as a new model. Nice. They do sound like jet engines. What do you think of the actual sound themselves, though? Do you think it's awesome, Electro? Do you think the sound's awesome, Electro? The characters aren't nice. Don't make them new. Found your 8-bit. Yeah, it is still old too. Like, I do kind of have to side with Stan here, as most of Hornby's models do use old tooling. Who else agrees with me and Electro that the Valenta engines of the HSTs sound like jet engines? Who agrees with me and Electro? This HST only has 5 coaches, but the Grand Central HSTs had 6 coaches. I can also do engine calculations to figure out the engine's capacity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the HST from the past, but the previous split didn't seem to have a buffet car. Oh, the sound of the HST leaving the underground station of Sunderland is just awesome. I remember Stan told me once when I went to see him that he remembers going to Sunderland Station with his school before, and there was a Grand Central HST departing, and it was so loud some of the kids in his group cried. Is that right, Stan? Am I remembering that right, Stan? Yes, I do, James. Calculations and everything, exactly. Far too noisy. But yes, it does sound good. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. That was back when Grand Central still had the HSTs in service, right, Stan? You've got an East Midlands trained HST. Oh, here we are. Here's Cross Country's HSTs. Cross Country ran a 7-car HSTs. As I said, most of the HSTs have 8 coaches between the power cars. Cross Country had 7 though. 90s mod cut. Hard to enjoy the noise when it makes you deaf. Doesn't really make you deaf, but it's awesome. Might have voted for the Tories. East Midlands HST, they're working for Virgin Trains East Coast. I never got the chance to go on an East Midlands HST. I only went on Meridians when I did the Midland Main Line and a Class 158 between Nottingham and Sheffield. So did I, James. labour more now. GWR HST here. They aren't a major party anymore. Yeah, after they lost so many MPs. Oh my god, all that flag on that East Midlands HST. So much flag. The HST is making people political. Oh Christ. So who else agrees that the HST engines sound like jet engines? Neon, do you think the HST engines sound like jet engines? And here's some HSTs in Swindon. 20-hour train flag and livery. Yes, Neon, though I do prefer the older Midland mainline livery.
Must be an hour late or more.
HST rescuing another train on the Vicky incline here. What's this MLP fan? I wouldn't know about this. Valentis at Cheltenham in 1989. Virgin Trains HST cold start. Yes, even Virgin Trains had some HSTs. When Virgin Trains first started in the late 90s, they inherited some HST sets that ran the London to Holyhead services via Chester, and also the Blackpool North services before the Blackpool North line was electrified. So much smoke. Look at that. Reserve class 43 power cars here. Starting up. Jesus, all that smoke. You've gotta love how much smoke HSTs put out when they cold start. Still there, Electro? So until 2023, the final three... So until 2023, cross-country ScotRail and GWR were the final operators running HSTs. 18th September 2023. This is the final departure of a cross-country HST with one of the preserved power cars, one of the now preserved power cars, heading the train in original Intercity Swallow livery. So London used to use HSTs? Yeah. Yeah, they did. Unfortunately, these ones had their Valenta engines replaced with not as awesome sounding engines, but even so, they should have kept these around. Cross Country should have kept their HSTs due to the capacity problems they had. It is indeed. And notice how this HST has its Mark III coaches retrofitted with sliding plug doors instead of the original slam doors to make for enhanced safety and better disabled access. Yeah, if the HSTs, yeah, this is something I'm okay with, to keep the HSTs around having sliding doors fitted, but still though, why did Cross Country get rid of their HSTs when they had such bad capacity problems? It just made no sense. 3 MTUs, they're still neat engines, I agree. Oh, this one's an 8-car HST. Oh, and it had the original blue and yellow one on the back as well. 43007. Mark III with slam doors earlier today. Oh yeah, you're on holiday in a preserved Mark III in the moment, aren't you, Stan? $43,007 doesn't Wikipedia doesn't list 43007 as one of the preserved ones. 43008 is here though. 4318 is one of the preserved ones. Oh, 43008 is going to Nigeria, it seems. Oh, not anymore. Ah, so today was the last day for you then. Then 27 HST power cars have been scrapped though, which is miserable. Which is forking miserable. Ah, 43007 is going to the new train Italia. Yeah, some HSTs are being exported to Mexico and Nigeria now. Here's another angle of the farewell country HST. Departing Plymouth to Leeds. Preserve as many as possible, I agree. Thankfully, 19 Class 43s have already been preserved, which can make up a total of 9 preserved full HST sets. I do hope that some of ScotRail's Intercity 7 HSTs and GWR's Castle HSTs can be preserved. And yes, I do count the HSTs as loco haul trains, as the Class 43s are locomotives. Yes, they do, Neon. I really want to travel on a 125 group rail tour now. But yes, considering the massive capacity problems that Cross Country have had for a long time, Cross Country getting rid of their HSTs was a dumb decision. Who agrees with me? Who agrees that cross-country getting rid of their HSTs was a dumb decision? Just like the HST, the end of 2024, nice. Over 1,000 route masters have been preserved as of 2024, nice. Yes, they are iconic. Bye, Stan. Thank you for coming. The HSTs look so good in cross-country livery, they really do. Intercity cross-country. Intercity cross-country promotional video. Ooh, that looks lavish. Bye, Rob. Thanks for coming. Keep them due to capacity issues. Would have been great. Yes, they should have been kept.
Over 35,000 customers on some 100 trains, linking business centres, universities.
All that did was have the was force the already stretched Voyager fleet to cover for the HSTs.
Priority of college, regional centres, and single circuit and train first time, third choice.
A very dumb decision, especially as the Mark IIIs had only recently been refurbished with sliding doors. Another farewell tour on the 26th of September was held. Derby. After visiting the Swanage Railway, is another cross-country HST passing. That was the second car HST. Anyway, that's a waste of investment, I agree. Now let's look at the final two HST services that remain, the Great Western Castles and the Scottish Intercity services. I heard from a commenter, I heard from someone on YouTube about like a month ago that the Castle HSTs are being retired by GWR soon. Anyway, meaning that the Scottish ones will be the only ones left, which just really depresses me. But they had a good 50-year run. They lasted a lot longer than everyone thought they were. But even so, let's pay our respects to these. You can see how dirty these are and how GWR do not take pride in cleaning any of their trains. I remember seeing some Castle HST sets when I went down to Plymouth in 2000. Castle HST sets when I went down to Plymouth in 2019. This Castle HST in Dawlish. Again, these no longer have Valentia engines, but so. Oh look, a stock. This first Great Western HST has a stock horn. They can't release the horn. So this is whistles and sneezes in real life. When whistles and sneezes in real life. Gordon's whistle getting stuck. This is basically the same thing. Oh, whistles and sneezes references. Driver not leaning on the horn, yeah. Gone to Snow. It isn't wrong, but we just don't do it. Echo for all the here. Take him away! I've gone to Slough. Awkwardly smile as they pass. Yes. That would drive me mad. The Doppler effect. That one is 43029 is that one. Let's see, is 43029 one of the preserved ones? Technical issue to work itself out. No, it doesn't look like it. At least it's not one of the scrapped ones. 43029 is one of the stored ones. Should be preserved though. Their horns are a lot louder than the Class 82's 90s and 91s. Muttered the engines in the shed. This is wrong, you see, but we just don't do it. Take him away. Let's stop that noise. Typical British engineering. It has character. It does indeed. Probably running 24/7 full air pressure. Pressure can drop really fast with the horn going off like that. Never heard an American horn if you think that's loud. Good advance warning for the crossing. Whistles and sneezes. I'm going to share this in my server. IRL. A good warning in advance. Take him away! I'd stop. Oh, on the shelf, not worry, but Roman Emperor in a lower temperature. Anyway, we were talking about the Castle HSTs, weren't we? Some of the Castle set in English. Cross-country HST overtaken by HST.
Look properly.
An HST overtaking another HST. Nice. Thank you for coming, John Murray. See you next week.
Charlie 84, isn't it? That.
What's this smart Yeah, the Castle HST sets only have 4 coaches. Still counts as loco haul trains though, for me anyway. Even though BR saw them as DMUs. For me, the HSTs count as loco-hauled trains, as they are like locomotives, and the coaches between them are unpowered, so are unpowered Mark IIIs, compatible with other types of train. So yes, the HSTs do count as loco-hauled trains in my eyes. Just want to settle that debate. Final HST departing Paddington in 2019. The Flying Banana, Sir Kenneth Grange. This HST was named after Sir Kenneth Grange. Thankfully, this is one of the preserved power cars. Welcome back, Spyro Kirby. This is one of the preserved Class 43s. A big horn out. Flying Banana Charter.
The next train is not scheduled.
Last ever great GWR HST through Tuesday and Thankfully, I was able to travel on a GWR HST one last time. When I'm out from London Paddington out to Taunton in 2018 when I went to the West Somerset Railway. That was the last time I was on a GWR HST out of Paddington when I went out to Taunton. The last ever HST last HSTs to depart Paddington on the 18th of May 2019. The end of an era. 1976 to 2019. The HSTs out of London Paddington. Still there, Neil? Departure on time. And the very last one. The very last departure to Taunton. Big shame. Depressing. GWR should have kept their HSTs and replaced all the and refurbished all the Mark IIIs with the sliding doors that the castle sets have. It's just depressing. Even the castles being retired soon just saddens me. Here's a Castle HST on the West Somerset Railway. They do appeal more than the cucumbers. Yes! The Class 800s. They do look a bit like cucumbers, don't they? I was on an IET, like, last week. I was on a few IETs last week, and they just disappointed me. Especially the one I took out of Oxford that I filmed a video on. another castle set. And now we move on to the last operator that will retain HSTs after GWR retire theirs. ScotRail's Inter7City HST sets. These ones have 5 Mark IIIs between the power cars, running intercity services between Edinburgh, Glasgow, Aberdeen, Inverness, etc. Even one went to Mallaig and Carlisle. Inter7City HSTs. We talked about these briefly before. 15th Marshall, happy birthday for them. This one only has 4 cars though. The last time I was on an HST was on one of ScotRail's Inter7City sets. Procurement to replace the HSTs, their HSTs. ScotRail intend to replace their HSTs by 2027, though the trains that will replace the ScotRail HSTs have not yet been announced. Yeah, the trains that will replace the ScotRail Inter7City sets have not yet been announced. Inverness to Glasgow Queen Street. So some of the Inter7City sets have 4 coaches, while others have 5. Alright, bye Spyro Kirby, thanks for coming. Unfortunately, an Inter7City set was involved in an accident on the Edinburgh to Aberdeen line where it backed up and crashed into a landslide and fallen across the tracks, and it derailed, killing 3 people and injuring 12. Nice love delivery, I agree. Imagine if the Inter7Cities had 7 coaches though, because that would be so fitting. Guess they only need 5 though. That's a lovely sunset. But the line was reopened by November 2020, and bye Martin, thanks for coming. The line was reopened by November 2020, and the line was reopened by November 2020, and I was able to travel on an HST down that very line between Aberdeen and Edinburgh. In fact, I wasn't even supposed. You know, the funny thing is, hang on, what's Neon said? Seeing them with limited amount of coaches is weird. They're still running to this day. Yep. Though it'll only be for a couple more years, though, in Scotland, when they should be continuing for another 20 years, in my eyes. Especially with cross-country and their capacity issues. The funny thing is, though, I wasn't even supposed to be on the HST, the ScotRail HST I was on in August 2021. See, I was supposed to get the Caledonian Sleeper from Aberdeen down back to London, direct from Aberdeen, but then it was cancelled from Aberdeen, but due to staff shortage, and they said it would be starting from Edinburgh instead. They said it would be starting from Edinburgh instead of Aberdeen, So we had to get an Intercity HST down from Edinburgh to Aberdeen quite late at night. Still though, it was a blessing to travel on an HST one last time. And I kind of knew that would be the last time I'd ever travel on an HST. But they have lasted slightly longer than I thought they would, and fingers crossed I might get to travel on an HST one more time before they're all finally withdrawn, but we'll have to see what happens. Got an hour and an HST? Yeah, indeed. Here we got one thrashing out of Abermore. No Valento though. Catch them while you can, yes. So yes, the HSTs may be in their twilight years now and have been for a while, but they will always be, oh bugger off, antivirus protection, they will always be remembered as some of the greatest diesel trains ever created. In my opinion, they are and always will be the greatest diesel trains ever created. So if you guys live down in the West Country or up in Scotland, go out there and ride these HSTs while you still can. They may be in their twilight years, but they will always be beloved. And even after the final ScotRail HST is retired, you'll still be able to catch them on 125 group rail tours. Loco hauled trains like the HST still have a place in this world. This is a good shot. Okay, I think I've made my point with the HSTs. They're awesome, and they should never be forgotten. Anyway, let's conclude this stream with quick session on Roblox, because I haven't played Roblox all stream, even though I was intending to. Let's have a quick drive of the HST on Roblox and then on Terminal Railways and then end. The HSTs haven't been introduced to British Railway yet, which I'm bummed about, but maybe eventually. Here we are, HST in a GWR livery. This one I've upgraded to be slightly faster than the top speed of the real HST, the top speed it ever reached, but whatever. Spawn. So yeah, quick drive of this, then we'll end. Look at it. Unrealistically fast acceleration and deceleration, but whatever. Good way to wrap this up, it will be. I know we've been going for 4 hours now, but I've been having a great time with this stream tonight, so we'll keep going for a little bit. Driving the HST. I've had a lot to say about the HSTs over the past 4 hours. Doppler is hilarious, bit giddy. Right, load. Hang on. Big boy. Just for what's sounded funny, it is. Movie bonus game. Nice. Right, let's go. Pepper. Pepper. Let's go to Dinsmark Central. Peepa. Peepa. Amazing sound. Go faster than normal because yes. This is the edge of the train. Keep going until 50 and then end. This is the age of the train. Still any on? age of the train. This is the age of the train. Right, brake. Sharp curve coming up. $120 mile an hour limit. This is the age of the train. Unrealistically sharp braking there, but oh well. Awesome. This is the age of the train. Why do I keep singing that? It's just so catchy. This is the age of the train. Full consist 2, well, more or less. This one's 7 cars when most HSTs are 8 cars. If this were realistic, this would be in cross-country livery, not GWR livery. Because remember, the cross-country HSTs were 7 cars. See, another reason I consider the HSTs to be loco-hauled trains is that the number of coaches they have between them can be interchanged. Like while in their heyday they had 8 coaches between the class 43s. Some of them have 4, some of them have 5, some of them 6, some of them 7. So the number of coaches an HST set could have was easily interchangeable. Coaches could easily be added and removed. So that's another reason I consider the HST sets to be loco-haul trains. What do you think, Neon? Do you consider these trains to be loco-hauled? Like I do? One locomotive pulling, the other pushing? Certainly varies. Yes, I do believe it counts. And aside from the HSTs, the other loco-hauled train, aside from GWR's Castle HSTs and ScotRail's City HSTs, Inter7 City HSTs, the other loco-hauled trains in this country include LNER's 8 Class 91 Mark IV sets that they've retained for services from London to Leeds and York, as well as the Premier service in Wales, the Transport for Wales's Premier service from Cardiff to Manchester and Holyhead, and also the Chiltern Railways London hauled sets, and then the 2 sleeper sets. But the Mark 5A, but the Class 68 hauled Mark 5 sets, I do believe need to return to service though, because TPE getting rid of them made no sense whatsoever. Like how Cross Country getting rid of their HSTs didn't make sense. Their loco hauled, yes. 2 mighty power cars. I'm glad you agree. Yes, it does indeed count as loco. Well, hello, John. We're only going to go for another 10 minutes. But welcome to the stream regardless. I honestly feel loco haul trains are the essence of Britain. They are indeed. And hope in the future they find a full return. I agree. loco haul trains are still used extensively. Loco haul trains are still used extensively in loco haul passenger trains are still used extensively in many other European countries. So I think loco haul trains need a resurgence here, as well as in Ireland, because the only two loco haul trains left in Ireland are the Dublin to Cork Intercity services and the Dublin to Belfast Enterprise service. The 201 class locomotive hauled Dublin to Cork and Dublin to Belfast intercity trains are the closest thing Ireland has to HSTs, though they can only do 90 miles an hour, those loco haul sets in Ireland, and not 125. Yes, they can. Though Ireland only has 2 loco haul trains left compared to us, we have 7. So we need a bit more. It was 9 loco haul trains in 2023. Counting the cross-country HSTs and the Transpennine Express Class 68 Mark 5s. Yeah, they do need a resurgence. Chiltern Railways are planning on replacing their Mark 3s soon, though. Most likely with Mark 5s. The Mark 5s from Transpennine Express. I reckon we need an order of more Mark 5 coaches. The Mark 5s have so much potential, it's just not being utilised. Actually, before I end this stream, I'm gonna tell you all what I think is a much more worthy replacement for the current generation of HSTs as opposed to the IETs. What I think should have replaced the current HSTs are trains that look similar to the HSTs, only with the sliding doors of the upgraded Mark IIIs, and locomotives that look like the Class 43s, only are powered by either hydrogen or ethanol. I don't know, MLP fan. But yes, those hydrogen or ethanol powered HSTs would have been far more with upgraded Mark IIIs, or hell, even Mark IVs or Mark Vs, would have been far more worthy replacements for the HSTs than the IETs. Who agrees with me? Mark Fries are good? Yes, they are. Class 43H? That sounds like a good project name. Mark 5s are good. They are. It's a shame they're not being put to full use. It is a shame. And hell, even though the Mark IVs prior to 2018 only had one operator, were only used on the Intercity 225s, they were being used far more effectively than the Mark 5s currently are. Oh, is it MLP fan? Oh, can't be helped. Yeah, hydrogen/ethanol powered HSTs would have been awesome. Oh, it keeps some of the 70s aesthetic? Exactly. That's what I feel should replace the HSTs. Should have replaced the HSTs, not Mark 5s. Not the IETs. Overrated IETs. Train operating companies are just making so many illogical decisions these days. Like, why prevent the 8 remaining Intercity 225 sets from going north of York now? Why are the London to Newcastle and Edinburgh services exclusively reserved for the IETs now? Especially when the IETs also run the London to Leeds and York services. Again, why did Cross Country retire their HSTs when they have mega capacity problems? It makes no sense, and the fact that the HSTs are old is no excuse. Why did Transpennine Express retire their Mark 5A Class 68 hauled sets altogether instead of, I don't know, doing the cheaper option of fitting the Class 68s with mufflers, or getting quieter locomotives, like maybe Class 67s, which I think are slightly quieter than 68s. It's fine. Dawns on me that older bodies could just have been upgraded to run on hydrogen energy. Exactly. Or either that or ethanol biofuel. The HST design was great, as were the coaches. Preservation but moving forward, indeed. Surely upgrading the HSTs would have been far cheaper and far more logical than importing brand new trains all the way over from Japan. Yeah, they are slightly quieter. Why couldn't they have fitted a few Class 67s to work with Mark 5s? Why couldn't the Class 67s have been made compatible with Mark 5s? Including exporting costs, importing costs even, indeed. I'm sorry, MLP fan, it can't be helped. 67s are quieter, they are slightly quieter. Right, this is where tonight's stream's gonna have to end. It's been a very fun one tonight, guys, though it would have been more fun if Odd was here. Odd's going through a bit of a depressive episode right now, so that's why he hasn't been here tonight. It would have been nice to see him, though. I'll ask him what I wanted to ask him in regards to the British Rail sandwich next week, though. I'm ending now anyway, Neon. I'll ask him what I wanted to ask him in regards to the British Rail sandwich and the slices of ham later next week. Hang on, I'll just wait for Neon to get back and then I'll end properly and say goodbye to you all. Oh dear. Back to normal, alright. This is the end of the train. Oh, it was your earpod that was glitching, not the mic. Good. Made it for the end, good. Anyway, so it was fun tonight. Odd's going through a bit of a depressive episode, unfortunately, so that's why he wasn't here, but hopefully he'll be here next week, and I'll ask him the question of British, what he thinks of the British rail sandwich and the slice of ham, if he thinks it's a criminal practice, if he thinks it's a customer deceiving practice. We'll see what he thinks next week. So thank you all so much for watching, guys. I hope you all enjoyed, because I enjoyed tonight's stream. It was a very fun one. There was so much to talk about with the HST tonight. Such an interesting train, such an interesting history, and I'm glad you all enjoyed it. So thanks again so much for watching, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. I've just been tired most of the week. Sorry, it's alright, Neon. I've been feeling a bit tired this week too. I may see you maybe next week or the week after. Oh yeah, it's your birthday next week, so you may not be on, I know. Yeah, good night, everyone. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, TrainLover16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for my upcoming content. Also, follow me on Blue Sky, Instagram, join my Discord server, and go buy my novel, The Spy and the Superdog, if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone.